conference will begin with welcome remarks from Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan Archanoid. Ambassador Sujan Archanoid is the director of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses, New Delhi, since 3rd January 2019. A career diplomat of the Indian Foreign Service from 1981 to 2018, he was India's ambassador to Japan and the Republic of Marshall Islands from 2015 to 2018, and earlier, the ambassador to Mexico and High Commissioner to Belize. A specialist with over 25 years of experience on China, East Asia, and the Asia Pacific, he served in Indian missions in Hong Kong and Beijing and as Consul General in Shanghai and Sydney. He also served as India's representative to the First Committee at the United Nations in New York, dealing with disarmament and international security affairs, and in the mission in Riyadh. At headquarters in the Ministry of External Affairs, he served as director as well as head of the expert group of diplomatic and military officials tasked with CBMs and boundary-related issues with China. He also served on the Americas desk, dealing with the USA and Canada, and as officer on special duty in charge of press relations in the External Publicity Division. On deputation for 4 years with the National Security Council Secretariat under the Prime Minister's office, he worked on internal and external national security policy and anchored strategic dialogues with key interlocutors around the world.
Thank you, Mayuri. I think if you say anything more, I'll have to live up to a lot more. So I'm taking the escape route here by actually profusely thanking you for that introduction. You have been warm and generous, and I have a lot to live up to. So at this stage, let me thank the MC, Mayuri Banerjee, for that very kind introduction. And let me begin by acknowledging the presence of all our distinguished guests and participants here today. I would like to begin by obviously conveying the great pleasure that I have in welcoming you all to the 5th West Asia Conference on the theme Trends, Challenges and Possibilities. And there are so many trends, challenges and possibilities at this particular juncture, point of inflection in time. This conference is our biennial flagship event. The last edition was held, as you all know, in 2020, just before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And since we began this in 2014, this conference has evolved into a well-established platform to discuss matters involving key security issues in West Asia and North Africa. The views that we generally express here are frank and candid, and we really value your contributions. It helps us in our research and further study as well. This year, we first thought of doing it physically, but because there are lingering constraints imposed on us by the pandemic, we decided to err on the side of caution, and therefore, it's a virtual conference. I do hope that in better times, we can see you all in person, and that we can benefit from the warmth and conviviality of that physical contact, which I'm afraid the online medium does not facilitate. In the previous 4 editions of this conference, our participants have dealt with a number of themes, ranging from the region's changing geopolitical landscape to the impact of ideological and socio-political movements on regional and international stability, and also the global, regional, and sub-regional responses to this evolving strategic landscape. In this, of course, we often have to discuss the rise of China, its impact on the entire region, now more broadly defined as the Indo-Pacific region. It is Indo-Pacific because of the growing prosperity beyond East Asia, beyond Southeast Asia, to South Asia, all the way to the Gulf, to the east coast of Africa. It is the Indo-Pacific because the Indo-Pacific unlike the limited concept of the Asia Pacific, is more aspirational. It is more representative. It is more accommodating of the fundamental changes that are taking place. The fact that very important issues such as terrorism, such as territorial and other disputes, such as, for instance, energy, even tenets and ideology, these course through the entire region, connecting not just the oceanic spaces, but also the littoral, states, the continental landmass that abuts these two big oceans. And nothing in this broad space is unconnected. It is very much interconnected. So I think that is why we want to have a broader discourse also on how we look at things. In this interconnected world, regional changes impact on global developments and vice versa. Today, we see that there is a fundamental transformation taking place. There is an emerging uncertainty to this fundamental transformation. Uppermost, of course, for everyone's attention is the ongoing war in Ukraine. It appears to have subordinated other important geopolitical issues, albeit and hopefully temporarily. Going by the amount of media space taken by the crisis in Ukraine, which is unprecedented, of course, Afghanistan's continuing humanitarian crisis seems to be relatively on the back burner, but not so for India. India recently gifted 4,000 metric tons of wheat, 500,000 doses of Covaxin, 13 tons of life-saving medicines, and winter clothing to the people of Afghanistan. We have seen how in this broad, emerging transformation and accompanying uncertainties, there is an ongoing problem with regard to Yemen and the Houthis and the sort of missile attacks on important installations in various countries, the UAE, for example, recently, in which unfortunately there were some Indian casualties as well. So this region is also undergoing its own flux. The uncertainty with regard to the JCPOA and negotiations with Iran, the role played by Russia, its continuing role in the nuclear policies of Iran, the development of the Bushehr nuclear complex, the commitments to take certain amounts of enriched uranium for storage, and of course Russia's views on all this is no doubt impacted by European security today, or what is happening at the other end. So this, as I told you earlier, brings out the linkages everywhere. In our region too, we are going to be impacted directly or indirectly by what is happening in Ukraine. India has good relations, by the way, with both Russia and Ukraine, including in the defense sector. When the hostilities broke out, we also had about 23,000 Indian students in Ukraine. Their safety and evacuation was naturally a huge priority for India. You may all recall that we have similarly attached great priority to evacuation of our nationals from other conflict zones, including in the Gulf and West Asia. And even during COVID times, we have helped our nationals, basically, pulling them out in time, providing them necessary assistance. And I must thank countries of the region for having been very generous in support of our people there in those countries. I just thanked His Excellency, the Vice Foreign Minister of Bahrain, for the kind of facilitation that Bahrain did, for instance, for the Indians there. So I thank everyone, including the think tanks in these countries and beyond in West Asia, who have been supporting India and Indians in general. Now, the core point I want to make today, which is a broad point, is that bandwagoning on the basis of priorities of others is not a principle that India follows. India takes its own decisions based on its assessments and national priorities. India's strategic autonomy is a reality in words and deeds. The Ukraine crisis has many lessons for us. Foremost is the fact that the issue of European security remains unsettled even 77 years after the end of World War II. And 3 decades after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, we are still staring at this great uncertainty in European security. Russia is obviously not reconciled to its extant status. It is the world's largest country with one of the smallest economies, and yet with one of the largest nuclear arsenals. Worryingly, from my point of view, the uncertainties are also spiking defense budgets everywhere. They will spike not just European defense budgets, as we've seen in the case of Germany, in our part of the world, on account of the unilateralism or militarism exhibited by aggressive policies exhibited by China. Again, there is a spike in defense budgets in Japan, in Australia, and elsewhere. There is also the fact that the crisis in Europe and the economic fallout of sanctions comes at a time when the global economy is just coming out of the deleterious effects of the pandemic. Global economic growth is currently the lowest in a decade. Most countries are financially vulnerable amidst the disruption caused to global financial chains, global supply chains, and food and energy flows. The North-South divide is likely to grow. Countries are more likely to spend on arming themselves as insurance instead of focusing on economic recovery. The geopolitical situation in WANA is also fluid. The whole process of transition from authoritarianism to participatory politics has been somewhat painful, inconclusive, with mixed results. The existing balance of power in the Gulf region is also, sort of questionable. A power struggle among the key regional stakeholders has complicated the regional security situation, which I described a moment ago. Now, the issue of energy security has assumed enormous significance for the oil importing countries, beg your pardon, of India, Japan, South Korea, and China amidst spiraling energy prices. We, on our part in India, think that our Look West policy is rock solid. It has been transformed into a Link and Act West policy. And this process has personally benefited from Prime Minister Modi's visits, his relationship with leaders, and goodwill in the region at the political level that India enjoys. And of course, at the people-to-people level. The Gulf remains India's largest market supplier of energy and source of remittances. Uninterrupted energy supplies and the safety and security of our large diaspora in the Gulf are of utmost importance to us. And so there are many such themes that can be explored, but suffice it for me to simply point out a few. There are many speakers today. We have a stellar lineup in our sessions. And I'm sure there's more to be said on this from the experts over the next 2 days, that is today and tomorrow. We are very fortunate to have with us 12 international speakers, no less, from across the region and beyond. And this event will also bring together around 21 distinguished experts overall to debate these issues. The program of the conference may appear ambitious, but this is in keeping with the importance of the subject matter. I'm confident that the eminent speakers, panelists, and participants from the audience will also share perspectives and generate new ideas that will contribute to the process of deepening our mutual understanding, friendship, and cooperation. And so with these few words, permit me to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us today. Once again, profound apologies for being a minute or so late into the program for unavoidable reasons. But I'm sure we will make up with the content of the discourse here, the quality of presentations made and viewpoints expressed. I wish you good health. Thank you once again. Over to you, Mayuri Banerjee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an excellent introduction to the conference. I'm sure this will set the tone of the conference over the next 2 days. Now we will begin the first session of the conference. The session is titled India and West Asia, Adapting to Changing Realities. May I now request Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan Archanoid, to chair the first session of the conference and conduct the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. In fact, you have simply driven home the point that I have to sing for my supper, though there is no supper because this is a virtual conference. But since I've been asked to chair this, I'm wondering whether I should go by the wisdom of the chair being seen but not being heard. I think that would be a prudent policy to follow after all that I've said. But as chair, I want to add one more point here as a continuation from what I had said earlier. In fact, two more points. I think the events in Ukraine have also had a fallout on the broad theme of nuclear proliferation and the goal of general and complete disarmament. It has had a fallout on development of missiles, including ballistic missiles. And I'll tell you why. At the start of the year, the P5 countries who possess nuclear weapons put out a joint statement giving a commitment that they would not resort to the threat or use of nuclear weapons. Also, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. And I suppose all this was to prepare the ground for the 10th RevCon of the NPT, which is postponed but is supposed to be held sometime this year. We saw President Putin put his nuclear forces on alert. Mercifully, the United States did not respond likewise. Otherwise, one wonders what kind of escalation would that have resulted in. But the message to others here is relevant. That, and perhaps it's a negative message, that if you possess nuclear weapons, you are less likely to be invaded. After all, though they may not have been able to use these nuclear weapons, but Ukraine was in possession of legacy nuclear architecture until 1994. People often cite the fate of Libya, which ended up with regime change only after giving up its WMD program. And recently we have seen not just the Houthis that I mentioned with their missiles and drones and stuff like that, but North Korea has again tested a long-range ICBM, taking advantage of the focus on Ukraine. So that's one point. The second point is in the field of energy, which is closer to what we discuss in the region, and certainly, has more to do with West Asia than any other part of the world. The emergence of renewables, particularly solar and now green hydrogen, is likely to change the energy matrix in the next decade or two permanently, irrecognizably. The US has emerged as a major producer and exporter of oil and gas, competing with other major exporters in the Gulf, West Asia, elsewhere. Russian oil and gas is mired in the politics of the Ukraine crisis and sanctions. And yet there is a kind of demand and dependence on Russian energy in Europe. But the short point here is that while this temporarily gives greater salience to OPEC producers, but such dominance is not to be taken for granted. Eventually, I think all fossil fuels, will cease to dominate. This will wane before long. Energy producers in the Gulf and West Asia have to diversify their economies to adapt themselves to the changing realities and to maintain economic growth. And many have taken a leap of faith. Many are spending a lot of their petrodollars in creating, alternative economies for their future. Anyhow, I thought I should mention this because the topic here for this session is India and West Asia, adapting to changing realities. And that this reality is not just energy and nuclear, it's also with the maritime theater. But on that, more from our experts. Our first speaker is Ambassador Dr. Izzat Saad Al Said, Director, Egyptian Council for Foreign Affairs, Cairo. She will speak on Egyptian perspective of India-Egypt bilateral relations. You have the floor, and 15 minutes is what I think would be adequate. I hope you agree. Over to you, our first speaker.
Thank you very much, Excellency Ambassador Sujan Shinoy. I should thank you and also express my gratitude for...
I apologize for the slip of tongue on the gender.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Mr. Ambassador. It's fine.
Yes, sir.
It's
Over
fine. I thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor for myself to participate in the 5th West Asia Conference of Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defence Studies and Analyses. In fact, Egypt-India relations are gaining a special importance in light of the evolving international environment and the multiple political, economic, commercial, and cultural dimensions of these relations. As for the political facet, the two countries share a common political understanding based on a long history of regular contacts and cooperation on bilateral, regional, and multilateral issues. Under the leadership of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Egypt has realized the importance of building deep-rooted bridges of cooperation with India, as it is one of the key emerging powers and one of the economic poles in the world order that is being currently shaped and based on a solid ground of interaction between the two countries, starting with the era of their struggle against colonialism, passing through the stage of their formulation of non-aligned policies and reaching the actual stage in which the development agendas of both countries are similar, especially since President el-Sisi took office in 2014 and the India Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the same year. In this context, the Egyptian president visited India twice, in October 2015 to participate in the 3rd India-African Forum Summit, and in September 2016 in a bilateral visit. Then the Egyptian foreign minister visited New Delhi in March 2018, during which he held the Egyptian side in the 7th session of the Joint Committee on Cooperation between the two countries. On the other hand, His Excellency Prime Minister Modi was expected to visit Egypt in March 2020, but the visit was postponed after the end of the lockdown in India due to the coronavirus crisis. His Excellency External Affairs Minister Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar also expressed in August 2021 his interest to visit Cairo, which was agreed to hold on March 5th and 6th, 2022, and was recently postponed in connection with the current developments taking place in Ukraine. Although the postponement of the visit would not have witnessed the holding of the 8th session of the Joint Commission between Egypt and India, it would have revitalized the relations between the two countries after a period of distance imposed by the coronavirus pandemics, as well as to pave the way for the completion of the visit of His Excellency Prime Minister Modi to Egypt during the next few months, as confirmed by the Indian side at various levels. This is also, we should note also that this visit will come to shed light on the 75th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. As for the economic aspect, it's obvious that our main approach to relations with India depends on promoting trade and investment opportunities between the two countries, which actually means leaving relations in the hands of the private sector, as it is the main engine of trade and investment issues, while the Indian state is now, by virtue of its economic weight and international aspirations, dealing with our region from an integrated strategic perspective, through which India aims to direct its bilateral relations with the countries of the region to be in favor of a broader regional perspective that achieves the synergy required by the nature of international economic relations at the current stage. Perhaps the main features of this trend is the announcement of the establishment of the new Middle Eastern mini-Quad, which relies on a functional approach according to the added value that each country can provide: India labor, Emirates capital, Israeli technology, American political support. Despite the enormous challenges and difficulties the world faced in 2021 due to the repercussions of COVID-19 and the uncertain global environment, it was a very successful and fruitful year at the level of bilateral relations between India and Egypt. The two countries have made important leaps forward to further enhance and bolster bilateral relations based on mutual trust between the two sides. Bilateral trade remained strong even in a year when global economic activities declined, and with restrictions on freedom of movement imposed by the pandemic. The volume of bilateral trade between the two countries reached $6 billion in 2021, with an annual increase of 80%, with an increase in Egyptian exports to India by 63% during the same period. India became top in our liquefied natural gas export markets and comes in the second place after Turkey among our most important foreign markets, while India came in the 7th place in our list of Egypt's main export markets during 2021. India investments in Egypt currently amount to more than $3.5 billion in multiple sectors, including health, information and communication technology, new and renewable energy, defense, and higher education, with the presence of 52 Indian companies in Egypt. Bilateral cooperation in the defense sector received considerable attention with the visit of the Indian Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary to Egypt and his subsequent meeting with his Egyptian counterpart, Field Marshal Mohammed Abbas Helmi. The India and Egyptian Air Forces also conducted the first ever joint Air Force exercise between India and Egypt called the Desert Warrior, which also included aerial refueling operations. The Indian naval ship INS Tibar visited Alexandria port in September 2021 and conducted joint exercises and operations with the Egyptian Navy. In November 2021 also, more than 10 Indian companies participated in the Egyptian Defense Expo EDEX 2021, where they displayed their latest defense systems. The strengthening of cooperation between India and Egypt in the defense sector attests to the increased level of trust and mutual understanding between the two countries. This year also witnessed cultural exchanges between the two sides, which are a continuance of centuries-old history of contacts and cultural exchanges between Egypt and India. Building strong and sustainable partnerships and exchanging experiences is pivotal for India's relations with Egypt. A solar-based electrification project was set up in the village of Agawin in the Matruh governorate. The project highlighted our technical capabilities in the field of renewable energy. This project would be replicated in other locations. The Textile Vocational Training Center in Cairo provides training opportunities for 300 students annually. In addition to Pan-African e-network project between India and all African countries, which is located at Alexandria University, it provides telemedicine and teleeducation. The establishment of a center of excellence in the field of information technology at Al-Azhar University will open new horizons for cooperation between the two sides. The Indian professorship at Ain Shams University, currently specialized in the field of bioinformatics, has contributed to strengthening and deepening the roots of academic exchange. Finally, in a world marked by intense strategic competition and between the United States of America and other major powers, it is important to strengthen Egypt-India political cooperation and to promote cooperation in new areas, such as public health, pharmaceutical industries, manufacturing in general, advanced technology, energy, textile industries, and technical cooperation. The rich partnership existing between the two countries provides a broad framework for new ties and for further cooperation in the various fields. Over the years, the two countries have demonstrated a strong political will to expand the cooperation frameworks in various fields on the basis of common interests and mutual benefits. I thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador Dr. Izzat Saad Al Said, for your very perceptive remarks and also for outlining the close ties that exist and have existed since times immemorial between India and Egypt. I had the good fortune of being the Indian counterpart of His Excellency Mr. Sameh Shukri, the Foreign Minister of Egypt, when we were together in the first committee at the United Nations some nearly 30 years ago. And we were good friends too. And I'm sure with his deft touch and guidance, this partnership between India and Egypt is only set to grow. So thank you for your remarks. I now turn to Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed, former ambassador of India to Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman. He's really formidable, if that's the word to use, when it comes to West Asia and the Gulf, and obviously one of our foremost experts on the region. I have had the privilege of knowing him over my long career and his even longer career. And we have also spoken together at certain events. So I call upon him with a deep sense of respect for his knowledge on the region. And I'm sure he will do justice to his topic, which is West Asia, new challenges and fresh alignments in a turbulent regional scenario. Just the right kind of provocative topic for Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed. 15 minutes for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujan. I'll just quickly put up the PowerPoint. I need to get the access to share content. Yeah, got it. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, very clearly.
Thank you. There are three parts to my high-speed presentation: the turbulent regional scenario, the new challenges, and the fresh alignments. This is high speed, very similar to the train that Sujan has brought from Japan to Gujarat state, and it will move as rapidly as the train will do between Ahmedabad and Mumbai very shortly. Let us look at what the region has been doing. The region has been turbulent, it has been conflictual, ongoing conflicts in Syria, Libya, and Yemen. Israel retains its visceral hostility to Iran and has supported this hostility with regular attacks on Iranian assets, numbering several hundred in Syria alone. Iran has sought to defend itself through its militia in Iraq, in Lebanon, and in Syria, and is therefore a fairly influential presence across West Asia. We saw the emergence of Turkey as a significant presence. Many authorities saw this as an exhibition of neo-Ottomanism. But it has also been motivated by more fundamental concerns relating to the aspirations of the Kurds. And hence it has a military presence in Iraq, in Syria, and separately in Libya as well as also in Qatar to defend the regime. It has maintained a certain degree of brinkmanship between the United States and Russia, and had for a while also asserted a very significant affiliation with political Islam. The United States under Donald Trump made the region extremely dangerous. The president had adopted a very aggressive regional approach, had shown confrontation between the various regional entities. Indeed, we used to see battle lines being drawn between the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE versus Iran and its affiliates. And certain provocative gestures during this period, particularly in the Persian Gulf. There was also, towards the end of the Trump presidency, a degree of limited Arab normalization with Israel. It was, to my mind, then and possibly remains today, highly opportunistic. It was at that time taking place in an electoral context, to support the aspirations of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on the one hand and Donald Trump on the other, who both of them faced a very hostile electorate and were anxious to show some kind of success. It was laughingly referred to as Abraham Accords, though the respected venerable prophet of the Old Testament has possibly nothing to do with this God, which was, as I called, opportunistic and has very limited short-term value. What are the new challenges? The new challenges associated with the Biden administration. Biden brought a certain baggage to the region. Throughout the election campaign and in his first months, he made it clear he was going to be hostile to Saudi Arabia, reversing the posture of his predecessor. He referred to the country as a pariah country. He referred to and said that he would have no engagement whatsoever with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He was also much less accommodative of Turkey's brinkmanship. He had at that time indicated that either you are with us or you are against us. Make up your mind. Are you with NATO or are you with the Russians? The Turks have not yet given him the full satisfaction that he wants. And while they may have diluted some aspects of their neo-Ottomanism, they certainly have retained their affiliation with strategic autonomy. Biden was in his early period very uncomfortable with Benjamin Netanyahu. He recalled some of the humiliations that he and his President Obama had suffered at the hands of the Israeli Prime Minister, who had come to Washington, D.C. and castigated the American president in full public view at the Congress. But then, of course, the basic attachment that the Americans have due to the role of various lobbies has asserted itself. And when we had the extremely horrible conflict in Gaza, the Americans were found after a very hesitant start. They were finally supportive of the Israelis, and their various statesmen, their various leaders indicated that they were not aware of it there, that Israel had been very severely provoked, and that even though there was a serious mismatch between the casualties on both sides, it was really Hamas that was responsible. But the most important aspect of Biden's presidency is the impression that he has continuously given that he's fatigued with West Asia. And the West Asians have indicated that they are fatigued with the Americans. So he wants to disengage from West Asia. And that has created the ground for the various alignments that I'm going to talk about. But do recall here, the Americans have not reduced their military presence in the region. Whether it is the Army, Navy, or the Air Force, they remain very well entrenched across the region, even though diplomatically and politically, we have certain concerns about what their role might be. But the main impression that you come away with is the United States today has a very low credibility as a security provider. It is not the United States that these countries of the Gulf used to depend on. They used to think that the Americans will spring into action the moment they are insecure, and that they will be rewarded for the long decades of support they have given to various American strategic initiatives in the region, none of which has happened. And hence you see that the region is experiencing extraordinary churn. And in the background of Biden's disengagement and the low credibility of the Americans, what you really see is the region now engaging itself in diplomatic initiatives that are not connected with the Americans. The Saudis and the Iranians have talked to each other. They have had meetings, 4 meetings already, and the 5th meeting scheduled to take place in March possibly has been delayed because they are waiting for the outcome of the JCPOA. Turkey has reached out to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, and there have been a flurry of exchanges with the UAE more recently, and there have been hints that Turkey might be much more accommodative with regard to what is happening in Libya. Situation in Libya remains a little uncertain, but there is a sense of accommodativeness. We found that Iraq is slowly emerging out of its domestic confusions, not yet all there, but Iraq is the one that put together the engagement between Saudi Arabia and Iran on the other hand, but then took its own initiative. Not much publicized in the region, but it is fascinating in terms of content. Iraq, Jordan, and Egypt announced a political and economic alignment, bringing to bear a considerable value. Each of them and separately brings to the table and jointly can emerge, have the potential to become very major role players in the region. And then, of course, you have the UAE, whether motivated by a new strategic vision or wanting to strut on the regional stage as befits its status as a major energy provider in the world, it is now all over the place. In Yemen, it has supported the Southern Transition Council. It has built up a fighting force, the Giant Brigade, and it controls ports, Yemeni ports, not just on the Red Sea, but in the Gulf of Aden as well. It has crossed the Red Sea and has gone into the Horn of Africa and has taken control of certain ports there as well. Initially, these were military bases, but possibly under American advice, they have now become commercial entities. But do also recall that the Emiratis control two very important islands. The Perim Island at the mouth of the Bab al Mandeb, right, and which controls the entry into the Red Sea, is under Emirati control, as is the island of Socotra. So you have that as something where we have to keep an eye. There has been much written about Socotra, that it is now an American, that it is an Emirati base, that they have built up defense facilities there, and they have also invited the Israelis to come and visit, possibly as tourists or defense partners, not clear as yet. Saudi Arabia has taken control of Yemen's Mahara province. If you look at the map, you will see Mahara is a very unique province, second largest in Yemen, shares an entire border with Oman, but also has a presence on the Arabian Sea. And the Saudis are talking about a pipeline that will go from the eastern province and then come out at the Arabian Sea, bypassing the Strait of Hormuz entirely. The Saudi-UAE cooperation, working together, seems to have played a certain role in upending very fragile and very nascent democratic initiatives that had been seen in both Tunisia and Sudan. It is still wide open as to who played what kind of role, but we all know that Tunisia experienced a constitutional coup and Sudan experienced a military coup, and both of them today are very strongly linked with the Gulf entities. The JCPOA was revived and has made progress, and by the time you came to the end of February, you got signals that they might be actually able to resolve their issues. But one thing did not change in the region at all. Besides Israeli assaults on the Palestinians on a regular basis, you also found the Israelis regularly attacking Iranian targets in Syria, in Iraq, and very frequently in the shape of assassinations, also in Iran as well. And there have been some degree of retaliation from the Iranian side. Where do we now go from here? Look at the scenario relating to Ukraine. When it comes to Ukraine, what was this conflict all about? The American agenda is very clear, and they have articulated it publicly. They want to permanently cripple Russia as a strategic challenge in the global order. They want to bring the European Union back under their control to play a subordinate and a supportive role in supporting the US-led global order. And of course, they have a very immediate domestic reason, project Biden as a significant leader of the Western alliance against Russia, a president who has lost significantly his political stature at home. But look at what this conflict has done in West Asia. Other than Kuwait, not a single West Asian country has supported the American agenda in Ukraine vis-a-vis Russia, and not one of them has initiated any sanctions against Russia or participated with the American agenda to cripple the Russians economically. They, in fact, have asserted that they value their relations with Russia and China. Each of them may have a certain different compulsion, but the fact remains that relations with Russia and China are possibly as important for the countries of the region as are their ties with the United States. And of course, as we all know, it is something quite unprecedented. We saw that the leaders of Saudi Arabia and the UAE refused to take phone calls from President Biden when he wanted to plead with them to significantly enhance their oil production. What the three countries that are today indulging in brinkmanship are doing is to follow the mediation. The mediation route gives you a degree of self-respect, and therefore Turkey, Qatar, and Israel are pursuing the mediation route. The outlook for the JCPOA remains extremely uncertain. It is not clear whether the American president has the political capacity in a deeply polarized country, which he can now pull together and pluck up the courage to remove the IRGC from the FTO list, the Foreign Terrorist Organization list. Despite the fact that there are numerous other sanctions on the IRGC, he is going to be condemned by the Republicans and sections of the Democrats for going soft on Iran, which is the kiss of death as far as the American president is concerned. Israel has attempted to gain a degree of traction with the Americans and has put together a high-profile event in the Negev desert where certain Arab foreign ministers and the American Secretary of State gathered together. It has got a degree of some kind of profile, particularly camera profile and on television profile, significantly bringing together this region. And it was left to the Egyptian foreign minister to remind his host that you may pull all of us together, but you really need to deal with the Palestinian issue on a priority basis before we can go anywhere with you or with the Americans. My conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the region has come of age. The stifling control of the United States on regional affairs and that legacy of destructiveness, of murder and mayhem that the United States has left behind is today perhaps now fading away into the past. The region, yes, still turbulent, yet still having to handle many challenges in the region, is now going to pursue its own interests and shape its policy approaches and shape its alignments on its own. And this is the significance of what has been happening in the region over the last 1 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed, for that thought-provoking presentation. And you have, of course, given us a number of issues to ponder over. Turkey's neo-Ottomanism, the fatigue that you spoke of on the part of West Asia and others vis-a-vis the United States, and possibly reciprocated by the US as well. And at the same time, you seem to suggest that they've not really reduced their military presence. Of course, that does not seem to be the case in the opening decade of this century in regard to, the Asia Pacific, where there was reason to believe that the US had also vacated a certain amount of military space, leading to the militarization of the South China Sea by China. But of course, in the other direction, they have reduced their engagement, you suggested, but not reduced military presence. It's also intriguing that you suggest the rise of an intra-Arab dialogue, a dialogue between the Arabs and the Iranians. In short, regional dialogues are assuming greater importance in a world which is being fragmented. While being globalized, it's not fully a level playing field. COVID has only exacerbated the problems. But will these regional dialogues lead to better security? Will they lead to resolution of long-standing issues? Will they promote economic cooperation? Will they enable all the West Asian countries to move away from over-reliance on energy sectors in their economies? So these are some of the questions. But one point I do want to emphasize here, that West Asia seems to be going more with Russia and China at times, not just because leaders have refused to take each other's calls and stuff like that, that too. But we have seen how the OIC has given a clean chit, for instance, to China with regard to its appalling treatment of the minorities in Xinjiang, basically turning a Nelson's eye to what's happening there for reasons of expediency. And on human rights, when we saw the West taking a certain resolution against China on human rights, we found that the Chinese hit back with support from key partners like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, and many others. So these are obviously very uncertain times. Nobody really has a permanent friend or foe transponder. It sometimes is lit up as friend, sometimes is lit up as foe, sometimes as frenemies. We don't know. We now have the next speaker in Ambassador Dor Gold, the president of the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs. He's obviously someone with great experience. I had the good fortune of meeting you, Ambassador Gold, at the Derasat conference in Bahrain. And I'm aware of all the work that you do as one of Israel's senior-most former diplomats, recognized scholar. You headed the Israeli Foreign Ministry as well, apart from representing it at the United Nations. And I'm sure you have many things to say, including a response to some of the things that previous speakers have just said. So over to you, Ambassador Gold. Floor is yours. 15 minutes, if possible. Thank you.
So we get this thing to work. Do you see me?
Well, I can. Yes, I can both hear you and see you. Strength 5. Okay. Thank you. Please.
So I will now speak freely. There is something interesting about appearing at a conference like this. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, for creating an Israeli role. I think today we are fully engaged in the world system much more than we ever were before. And that's a very positive development. It is also a positive development that our normalization agreements have emerged with Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, with Sudan, and with Morocco. And this is just the beginning, and I hope it goes much further. We had a visit to Jerusalem of the foreign minister of India several months ago. And in the diplomatic protocol, it's a nice thing to provide some kind of gift which a senior politician can bring home with him. And we have a section of my research institute which deals in old photographs. And we found a photograph of Indian cavalry coming into the gates of Jerusalem with General Allenby, the commander of British forces, looking at the entrance of these troops. And the photograph reminds you of the important Indian role in what you might call regional stability back at the time of the end of World War I. And so I, of course, gave the foreign minister the photograph. It made my point. And it turns out, of course, that India's role across the Middle East region was huge. We often call it the British Empire, but the role of India in stabilizing Mesopotamia and in the agreements that the British Viceroy in India had with the many states of the Persian Gulf, that role was critical. And the question, of course, that arises is India going to return to have a role? Is it going to be the same role? I doubt it. But it's something one should be aware of because a role is a reflection of interests. Today in the Gulf region, there's a very large Indian community in the millions. And I'm sure Indian governments feel a sense of responsibility in protecting these people. Now, it's no secret that we in Israel have a difficult relationship with the Iranians, which we did not seek. Let me stress, we did not seek that difficult relationship. But if you study the statements made by the Iranian leadership, you reach the conclusion that it is an extremely hostile attitude towards the state of Israel. And what it does is it requires us to prepare for what Iran may be doing. Now, everyone is talking about the Iranian nuclear program and the role of the JCPOA in perhaps addressing it. I don't think it addresses it adequately. But the other side of the Iranian role in our region is Iran's support for insurgency organizations, largely Shia militias, that have been active across the entire region. One of the unfortunate, and I stress unfortunate, consequences of the last JCPOA from 2015 was that when sanctions were lifted from Iran, the money that became suddenly available for the Indian treasury, for the Iranian treasury, that money went to these insurgency organizations. And it led to an escalation of violence. It led to an escalation of the number of organizations that were challenging the previous status quo. And of course, we had to deal with Hezbollah. We had to deal with Hamas, both of which received direct Iranian support. And our southern neighbors, the Saudis, had to deal with a huge escalation by the Houthi forces in Yemen, including missile and rocket attacks, not on military sites, but on civilian sites, including the center of their capital, Riyadh. So we have had an enormous instability introduced beginning in 2015 by Iranian-backed militias. And any resolution to the conflict in the Arabian Peninsula is going to have to address that challenge. You know, we do not have diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia, but we understand what they are facing because we face it all the time in a different form, whether it comes from Hamas or in the past when it came from Hezbollah. So I'm hoping that our stabilization of the Middle East region will include an effort to come to some solution to this challenge that we all face. Let me just say that that challenge is not just limited to the areas that border Israel. People often ask, how is it that Morocco, which is off on the Atlantic coast, how did Morocco become part of the Abraham Accords? And the factual background of Moroccan participation in this alignment in the Middle East occurred because the Iranians were supporting directly. The Iranians were supporting directly the forces belonging to the in the Western Sahara through the Iranian embassy in Algiers. And therefore, they became identified by the Moroccans as a source of regional instability in North Africa. So these are the regional circumstances that we all faced. And we're hoping that we can bring about a change in Iranian behavior, a change in the behavior of these various insurgency organizations, and with the stability that could result, we are hoping that we can create a different order for the Middle East. With respect to India, India was a great power back at the time of World War I, even though we still had the shadow of the British Empire over us. And India remains, in fact, its role is growing as a great power in the Middle East, in the protection of Indian interests, not in the protection of Israeli interests or any other interests. So these are the facts of what is going on now in our region. And there is no way to avoid the reality of India's very important role, which we respect. And we hope through dialogue, we can present each other with what we are learning about the risks to our vital interests that are becoming ever evident in the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Gold, for your remarks. You also raised very important points, but it strikes me as fundamental that there is no complete security for any nation at the cost of incomplete security for others. So this is some food for thought here, because when we seek absolute security for ourselves, it is likely that it is fraying the absolute security of some others. So I wonder if security can be properly defined, equally divided. Is it divisible? Is it something that transcends what we call Westphalian notions of boundaries? And we are seeing it unraveling in Europe. We have seen it for long, unraveled over decades in the Middle East. And there is potential unraveling in the decades to come in the Indo-Pacific, or more particularly in the space that is now increasingly sought to be dominated by China. So I think we need to get into the basics of the notion of security, and whether this security is merely military security, whether it is economic security, whether it is health security today, healthcare, because the COVID pandemic has shown to us that there is no security of any kind without everybody being fully vaccinated. So, beggar thy neighbor policies don't work. Unilateralism in healthcare doesn't work. And any attempt to have absolute security for oneself without the same being available to others is also something that falls short of what we call, sort of global development and progress. But thank you for those perceptive remarks. And of course, India and Israel have very good relations. I'm not sure what's going to happen to the VVIP visit that was planned. I believe on account of COVID, there may be some rescheduling. I'm referring to the visit of the Prime Minister of Israel to India. As you know, these past few days have seen hectic parleys in Delhi with several visits, incoming and outgoing visits as well. As we speak, our foreign minister is also traveling to island nations. And we have seen the Japanese Prime Minister visit India, the Chinese Foreign Minister. There is the proposed visit ahead in the next few days of the Russian Foreign Minister. And this morning, as I mentioned to you, our good host from the Derasat conference, Sheikh Al Khalifa himself was here in Delhi. He visited our institute. Now we have some time, and I'm going to open the mysterious Q&A box at the bottom right corner of the screen. I hope it's not a Pandora's box. It is not. In fact, I would have liked to see more questions coming in, but I see only one, and that too after a bit of cajoling and outreach that I did on my own. So what I might do to make fuller utilization of the remaining time is to actually run through the panel again. But since I do have a question from one Iftikhar Gilani, let me pose it and then run through the panel of speakers. Last year, we had heard of the coming of the new Quad in the form of the US, UAE, India, and Israel. How significant is this Quad in enhancing security in the Middle East? And what is it that India will gain from such a Quad? Before I turn over to the panel of speakers, let me add my two, pennies worth here. Firstly, I think it is injustice to the plurilateral dialogue that the US, UAE, India, and Israel have set up to call it the Quad, because the Quad, to use another sort of word used recently by the foreign minister in another context, it's a lazy analogy. Simply because there is a plurilateral dialogue between like-minded countries, to kind of call it the Quad is suggestive of a certain kind of sort of structure, content, intent, relating it to the quadrilateral security dialogue that we have at the other end of the spectrum between India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. So I think to have called it Quad on the part of commentators, essentially, is not really doing it full justice. The other Quad, that is to say, the one that relates to the Indo-Pacific, is not a military alliance. It's not a security alliance, not yet. It has the potential to be tweaked into something else in the future. But right now it is concentrating, as you can see, on economic recovery, vaccines, production, distribution, capacity building, HADR, counterterrorism, freedom of navigation and overflight, unimpeded commerce, critical supply chains, and new and emerging technologies, and so on and so forth. So let us not use these words loosely. That's all I'm suggesting. The second question, and now they are popping up on my screen, and panelists may kindly note some of these questions. They might want to respond to all or some of them. The second question is by Dr. Mudassar Kamar from our institute. He says, the Egyptian economy and food security have been significantly impacted upon by the war in Ukraine. How do you see this impacting on Egyptian foreign policy and foreign trade? That obviously will go to Ambassador Dr. Izzat Saad Al Said, that particular question. He has asked a second question: how does the growing engagement of China in the Persian Gulf and WANA region affect the region and the regional order? Mudassar, you are prolific. You asked a third question here. I should use the veto power that the chair has to limit you, but I shall not, because of the few questions that I have there. The third question is: do the Abraham Accords and recognition and normalization by some Arab countries increase acceptance of Israel among the regional countries? How far is the threat perception vis-a-vis Iran a motivating factor for Israel and some Arab countries to normalize relations? That's short something that Ambassador Gold will pick on. Dr. Meena Singh Roy, who was earlier with us as center coordinator here and has now moved on to other things in life. Dr. Meena Singh Roy asks, given the, by the way, she's going to chair one of the sessions this afternoon. Given the major alignments in the region, what role do you see for India, new opportunities and challenges to secure its strategic interests? This should be up Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed Street. So feel free, gentlemen, to comment on one or more of these questions. And I now turn to our first speaker, Ambassador Izzat Saad Al Said. The floor is yours. Ambassador Dr. Izzat Saad Al Said, if you're there, kindly do respond to the questions. He might have taken a break, so let me quickly turn to Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sujan. The so-called Quad 2 and the terminology of Quad attached to this conclave, that the interaction that occurred when our minister was in Israel, was based on background briefings provided by the government. And there was a sign of celebration, a triumphalism, that look how wonderful it is that we have got together and we have now the Israelis and the Americans and the Emiratis backing us with a new Quad. Some of the articles even spoke about a security role for Quad, confronting China at that time. All of this was bogus. This Quad 2 has absolutely no value, no meaning. It is not a quadrilateral gathering at all. It is incidental. Yes, there is a relationship between the UAE, Israel, and the United States. The three foreign ministers had actually met in Washington just a week earlier. Our minister had gone on a bilateral visit. I also would point out to you that this China and has very close ties with both the UAE as well as Israel. And none of them would like to see themselves put together in any conclave that would be hostile to China. Let us be very clear. There is far too much posturing going on as a substitute for the absence of strategic vision. I have used the word in Hindi, dramebazi, theater. Now, theater cannot substitute for policy. And I would therefore recommend to my colleagues, as well as to the media people, take it easy. Please take, yes, it is good to chat with people, but don't attach any greater significance than the first conversation. What is China doing in the region? China has a very significant presence in the region. China has come into the region on the Belt and Road Initiative, which has a land as well as an oceanic connectivity project. It is quite successful. Several countries, about 130, 140 countries are participating in it. And because it is an initiative it is actually quite, open-ended. But China has also indicated that as of now, it also might have a strategic purpose, a longer-term strategic purpose. It has a base at Djibouti, along with 5 other countries. It has various movements of its navy within the region. And we have also noted with a degree of concern that it has certain presence in various ports in the region. Has China articulated any role in the region of a political or security character? Not so far. What I have noticed over the last decade is that China is building up its domestic capacity in terms of capability. You find Chinese scholars learning Arabic, present in all the major universities across West Asia, as also in major universities in Europe, United Kingdom, as also in the United States. They are building up knowledge base. A few years ago, when I used to deal with Chinese scholars, they would say, we don't want to be involved just yet with the security issues of West Asia. We don't know the region, we don't know the language, we don't know the culture, we don't know the religion. We are learning. I think that they have reached a fairly advanced stage. But even now, there is no security doctrine that they have articulated, but I would keep a very sharp eye on them. At some stage, they will become role players in the promotion of security and stability in the region. And I believe their role will be welcome. There is also a question which has been specifically put to me. What is India's role in the promotion of strategic interests in the region in a time of considerable churn? I wish there was a role. I have noticed with deep concern that amidst the churn that we see all across the region, numerous activities, fresh alignments amongst the people, an expanding role of Russia and China, that India is a significant absent party. What we have done, where the Prime Minister initiated a very robust engagement with the region, particularly in his first term. And every joint statement that he signed had to do with a strategic partnership. And many of us, including myself, truly came to believe that he is now going to shape a new approach to the region that would be part of a broader strategic vision and would be part of providing certain diplomatic initiatives to promote peace and stability in the region. None of that has happened. India continues to approach West Asia on the basis of 2 principles that have motivated us all these years and decades. That is bilateral and transactional. All our relationships are bilateral. But I would suggest to you that the time for bilateral engagements is over. Look at the churn in the region. There is so much happening in the region, and everyone is concerned that there could be conflagration. There are also, as we know, among academics, challenges, and there are opportunities. I believe that India is well placed to take a region-wide approach to the region, to promote a broad collective security arrangements in the region, bring countries that are estranged from each other together. And if there is now the beginning of a new world order, a new regional order, I think India should be the lead role player in this regard, rather than confining itself within the borders of India and focusing only on primary domestic issues. No country seeking a major role in regional or world affairs can separate its domestic policies from foreign policy. The two have to feed each other, they have to strengthen each other. And that is what we should do. We need a long-term strategic vision, and we need a certain action plan that would shape the region in terms that would promote peace and security. And I think India is well placed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed. But there might be others who feel that, this is not the right time to simply take some kind of moral high ground and try and bring the region together or to pontificate, about principles when the hard reality suggests that the world is fractured. It's a much more level playing field. power is fractured. There are varying interests, and just about everybody is engaging in transactional relationships. Absolute domination by any one power is a thing of the past. And there is, while there is asymmetry in, comprehensive national power, such asymmetry is today easily bridged by various asymmetrical means adopted by both states and non-state actors. So in this kind of a broad framework, while all that you say stems from, conviction and good faith, the issue here is that multi-alignment and issue-based alignment is the order of the day. And if India tries to take a different line, it's not necessary that it would be very productive. In fact, I marvel sometimes at the fact that India has been able to tread with caution and managed its relationship very well, including the contradictions. I mean, we are one of the few countries that have managed to balance relations between Israel and Palestine, between Saudi Arabia and Iran, between the Americans and Iran, between the Americans and the Russians, so to speak. So I think there is perhaps scope there for an alternative vision, but that is something that others can comment on. I now turn to Ambassador Gold. Would you like to step in and address some of the questions? I'll have a quick second round as well. Go ahead, please, Ambassador Gold.
Yes, I just want to make one very simple point, and that is, look, the Middle East has become much more complicated, but that doesn't mean that we all have to pull back and not comment on how the region is evolving. I believe that the Middle East is obviously in some places very explosive, and it requires, if we talk about a new world order or a new regional order, it is a consensus among all of us that certain behavior of countries is unacceptable and certain behavior of countries should be promoted. Now, the problem we have with Iran is not because we want to impose ourselves on the region. It's what we hear from our various partners in normalization. They face the same problem. They face a problem which might even be worse, because we have a very strong deterrence posture when Hezbollah operates against us. But other countries don't necessarily. And that's why I think we have to share our impressions. I'll tell you this, I opened up a channel to a Saudi think tank in 2015, and we met in Rome, Italy. And I laid out Hezbollah's strategy to the Saudis. And at first they didn't really want to hear about it. But over time, they understood that this could be applied against them through the Houthis in Yemen. And that's exactly what happened. So what I am suggesting is that we have to draw this fundamental distinction in international diplomacy between countries that engage in aggression and countries that engage in defense. And what we are finding is that the aggressors are still out there. The aggressors will undermine our stability and our security. And if together we take a common position, we can limit the latitude of the aggressors to undermine us. And I think that is would make a great contribution to international stability. And I say that as a former ambassador of Israel to the United Nations. That's it.
Ambassador Gold, did you not want to say something about that question that was posed, whether the Abraham Accords and the recognition and normalization by Arab countries, does that enhance security? What is your threat perception, etc.? There was a question that had come in. So
So I'll briefly address that. Look,
Okay.
I mentioned already that I discovered when I was engaged in diplomacy with Moroccans that Morocco faced a problem of Iranians who were using their relations with Algeria to undermine the security of Morocco through the Western Sahara. And therefore, if we created this overarching concept of the Abraham Accords, it might help them because it would make the Iranian initiatives in the Western Sahara radioactive, so to speak. And I think that's what we have to do. So
Okay,
that
what I
is
have you? Sorry, Ambassador, to interrupt you, but actually, there's something more, for you to comment on, and I'll just bring it out for you. Dr. Adil Rashid wants to know. He says some Israeli leaders believe that diplomatic relations with Pakistan should be established, as that could serve as a bridge between Israel, the Arab world, and perhaps even Iran. How do you view such a proposition? And has there been any progress in this regard? This is for you to comment on, but I can tell you that Pakistan or its leaders would pay a very heavy price if they even attempted something like that, because the manner in which they have played up, the sort of Islamic identity over the years, and a kind of dyed in the wool kind of identity, and trying to sort of propose action on what you might call so-called Islamic issues and causes. This would no doubt be detrimental to the future of any politician there, or to the credibility of the army that has oriented itself on such issues. So, but anyway, that's the question for you. Would you like to comment on that? And also, while you are at it, what is the impact of the India, Israel, UAE, USA Quad on the Israel-China relationship? Because it was brought out that, you do have a close relationship with China, and Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed suggested that not just Israel, but the UAE is not likely to take any action or play ball in regard to doing anything detrimental to China's interests. So what's your take on that?
Let me answer the second question, and you'll remind me of the first. Look, China is a country, because it is a great power, which we should have relations with. A number of years ago, I was invited by the Central Committee of the Communist Party to give a series of lectures in Beijing. And I quickly understood the gap that was opening between Israel and China. And my questions at these meetings was very simple. If we are working hard to improve our bilateral relations, how come you don't do anything in return? How is it, and I say that as a former ambassador to the UN, that you vote consistently for anti-Israel resolutions that have no basis in fact? And don't you think you should try and improve that? Well, the Chinese were not interested, of course. And I saw that we had a very big problem with them. We also know from our recent history that the Iranian nuclear program began with the transfer of Chinese technology to Iran. So these are fundamental issues. And I don't see how we resolve them quickly. I think it's important to, again, find allies and know who your allies are. And India is an ally of Israel. And we will respond to that special relationship in a special manner.
And not just that, Ambassador Gold, you brought about the Chinese role in proliferation, but it's not just with regard to Iran. You have the prime example of Pakistan, and then you also have the example of North Korea. Whichever way you look at it, that loop is really one. China, Pakistan, North Korea.
Iran is threatening to erase Israel from the map. Pakistan is not. But I wouldn't go running after a relationship with Pakistan as long as Pakistan is hostile to an important ally like India.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I have a couple of more questions, and then if we have our first speaker there, we will bring him in. Otherwise, I'll do a second round with just the two of you, and then close this session, bring it to a close. Dr. Pradhan asks you, Ambassador Gold, what are the implications of the India-Israel? Oh, no, sorry, you've been through that, sorry. Meena Singh Roy, Dr. Meena Singh Roy. For Israel, Iran remains a major challenge. How do you think the new initiative of bringing Egypt, Bahrain, UAE, and Morocco will address the regional security challenges? I mean, essentially, how do you see your security vis-a-vis Iran in the future? Yeah, it appears that the two are, you know, in a sense, as was suggested by speakers, viscerally, you know, opposed to the other. So we have a problem there.
Are you addressing that to me?
Yes,
to
yes.
Gold?
Yes, please.
I don't understand the question really. Just stay strong, use deterrence, and try and show understanding for the ideas of the other side. But listen, I study Iranian statements. I put in my think tank a group together to study the fatwas that are coming from Iran with respect to the Jewish people, with respect to the state of Israel. And we have to understand who we're dealing with.
But do you think the people of Iran view Israel the same way? Or is it just something to do with the regime? See, these days, everything has something to do with the regime. People ask this question, would China follow the same aggressive policies if it were a different leader and not Xi Jinping? People wonder if it was someone else other than President Putin, would he have done what he did in Ukraine? So we know that since the Islamic Revolution in Iran, there is a certain view of the region, of core issues, and particularly Israel and its very existence. Would that be the same in this great age of uncertainty and flux? Do you see any change?
Many of us believe that the Iranian people are ultimately friendly to the state of Israel and to the Jewish people. We even follow the doctrines of Shia Islam. And, you know, we have had very positive relations with Shia, for example, in southern Lebanon and the state of Israel. So I don't think that we want to paint all Shiites with the same paintbrush as hostile to us. This comes from Ayatollah Khomeini and his various doctrines, which influenced an elite, which, by the way, includes the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. And it presents a challenge to our security. It presents a challenge to the security of Bahrain, of UAE, Saudi Arabia, and many other countries. And let them clarify what their doctrine is. If their doctrine is hostile to us, at least we know what we're dealing with.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think we have reached the end of our session, but I will let Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed have the last word, since he has been very patiently listening to you and to me as well, and also perhaps pondering over all these questions, weighty matters that affect the region.
Thank you very much, Sujan. This is the first session of a very important conference taking place in India, and therefore, with all the views that are coming in and such a major think tank like yours, I'm sure scholars will ponder about the remarks that have been made. What we should be looking at is looking at where can we go from here. My presentation indicated a region in churn. And I also said the region has come of age, that they have alignments now with each other, talking to each other, obviously at a fairly nascent stage. They have shrugged off, for now, the American influence. The United States seems to be focused largely in Europe and is defending the existing world order. I would like to put down on paper one or two or three principal points that I believe should influence our approach to the future. Number one, my respected colleague from Israel, Ambassador Dor Gold, about whose writings I have read, and I'm familiar with his role in promoting various engagements in the region. I noticed one very significant absence in regard to every remark that he has made over the last 2 years. No mention of the word Palestine. Everyone else's behavior needs to be changed and modified, except Israel's behavior, because Israel is painted as this ideal state that is benign, a benign presence, somehow forced into doing things that it doesn't want to. I would remind my respected colleague to address the issue of Palestine. I think we have had now the luxury of several decades of conflict. Nobody today seriously threatens Israel. But what I do observe is Israel is a source of threat to the region. You are not insecure anymore. From 1967, you have not been insecure. For the last 2 decades, you have had in front of you the Arab peace plan. You have had, and what is the core of the Arab peace plan? Please address the issue of Palestine. What you do with each other is between the two of you. Work out all the details, but do address it. You are going everywhere else in the world. You're going to Morocco and you're going to India and you are engaging with China and with Russia and with Turkey, but you will not look at your neighbor 5 kilometers away. That is the key, Ambassador. That is the key. Now, all the other things that you mentioned were to me a little puzzling. You celebrated Allenby. Allenby was a colonialist. He had no time either for the Jews or for the Indians. We were cannon fodder. And the Zionist movement hated British colonialism with the same anger that we did. So please do not celebrate and recall Allenby. In the wake of Allenby and the British cohort, hundreds of thousands of Indians lost their lives. And we got nothing in return from the British. So do not recall the terrible period. It was terrible for the Jews and it has been terrible for the Indians. We did not stabilize. Indians did not help to stabilize Mesopotamia. We were cannon fodder of the British against Turkey, against the Ottoman Empire. We played that role. Every major city in Iraq today has the graves of Indian soldiers. Muslims, if they were buried, Muslims have been buried and the Hindus were cremated and there is a plaque bearing their name. We were again cannon fodder. I notice a certain near total obsession with Iran. What I have completely missed in all the studies that I have done with regard to Israeli writing, any chance of engagement? Can we just talk to each other at some platform? Yes, you always refer to the statements made in Iran. Every country in the world has its extremists, including my own. And in my studies relating to Israel, some of the statements that have come from Israel are extraordinarily shocking. In fact, in more recent time, as part of state policy, responsible international organizations have raised the term apartheid to apply to Israel. We have not done that, and I have never done it. But this is what Israeli writers are writing. And this is now seeped into the consciousness of international organizations. So if we were to start calling the Iranians by name, calling them names, there is very likely to have at least 3 fingers pointing at ourselves as well. I want to end on a note of, let's not get into who did what. Morocco did not engage with the so-called normalization It was bribed. The Americans said that they will accept Western Sahara as being an integral part of Morocco, giving away what they did not have control over and did not possess. Just as Donald Trump gave Western Jerusalem, Eastern Jerusalem to the Israelis, recognized the Golan Heights, and did nothing about the occupied territories in the West Bank, giving away things that he doesn't own or control. The same thing happened in Western Sahara. There's nothing to celebrate. It will still remain an issue. And it has nothing to do with Iran. It is an issue that goes back several decades. Sudan, you celebrate Sudan, you had to bribe the military leadership by removing the tag of terrorist state, state sponsor of terror. It shows what a weak structure this the whole business of designating other countries is, that when it suits your interest, you remove that. So there is no significance whatsoever. UAE played a certain role in a certain context. I have no problem with that. Every country has a right, a sovereign right to decide where they go. But I have a thought for you, Ambassador. You are today engaging with Arabs in ways at a popular level you had not done before. Israelis had not done. Within a few weeks of the normalization, 200,000 Israelis visited Dubai. You are for the first time engaging with Arabs who are self-confident, well-educated, reasonably affluent, and living in cities that are far better than most cities in Europe and the United States. Far superior infrastructure. Self-confident people. Let us therefore talk to each other. Let us see where it goes. Perhaps mutual animosity is something. So when I talked about a new regional order, I believe India can play that role. I am not wide-eyed. I am not looking at platitudes. I don't belong to the old generation of NAM. I am today looking at the future. And I believe that the potential is there. Once we have shrugged off the Americans, and you today recognize the geopolitical reality that Israel is an integral part of West Asia, and all our destinies are linked. What is happening in Trans-Caucasus and West Asia, Turkey, Iran, Israel, Egypt, North Africa, all our destinies are linked. And I say to you, the one country that has had the oldest possible relationship with all of you, with the entire region, is today well pleased. I am talking about something, I'm talking about a diplomatic role. I'm not wide-eyed. I'm talking about a diplomatic role to bring people together, not in public domain, behind the scene. I want to go beyond theater, beyond dramabazi. I want a serious approach based on a long-term strategic vision. I believe it can be done. Yes, the potential is there. The history is there. I have said so many times, we revere the same prophets. There is no problem. There is no animosity for the Jewish people as Jews. There have been political issues for far too long that have divided us. My own message to this conference is that there is a new order beckoning us, a post-American order, and we should be part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed. But we should also, I think, bear in mind that what you term as a post-American, world order should not be one in which there is a new kind of unipolarity, one dominated by another power like China. I mean, we need to really seek to achieve all that you are trying to suggest we do. We have to have a flatter world. We have to have a world in which the opportunities are accessible to all of us, and that multipolarity is of the essence in achieving that kind of a flatter world. It would be unfair on my part if I did not ask Ambassador Dor Gold if he has anything to say. Otherwise, I will simply wind up this session. Ambassador Dor, do you have anything to say? Because well, I don't want to leave you with the idea that I didn't give you a chance to respond.
You are very fair, and I appreciate your sense of justice. Let me say one sentence. A few years ago, I had to have eye surgery, and I went to Hadassah Hospital to have that done. My doctor was a Palestinian Arab trained in Jordan. And the eye, which is the most sensitive part of your body, if you think of where you're going to have surgery, do you want to really have your eye operated on by someone who belongs to a national grouping that might be hostile to you? It shows the confidence that we really have in each other. And if you go to Hadassah Hospital and you go to the emergency room, and when you come to Israel, I'll take you there personally, you will see Palestinian doctors taking care of Jewish patients and Jewish doctors taking care of Palestinian patients. And those who use the word apartheid, against Israel may be very fashionable at Berkeley, Amherst, or at Cambridge, but they are totally distorting the reality that we live. And my eyes attest to that. So I'm stopping with this comment, and I ask you to study the issue before you speak on it.
Thank you very much. Let us end on that, general positive note that, humanitarian values, the oneness of humankind, these are things that ultimately are of value to all of us. These are principles, tenets, which will bring us closer to one another. This event of ours is precisely, geared to generating a broader dialogue in the region. And India, with its fundamental outlook and vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is to suggest in Sanskrit that the entire world is one family, believes firmly that we can all come together, that we can reach out to one another, pursue our interests, but do nothing that erodes the interests of others. And that there is also a time when we must share our prosperity, our security, with one another. So let me end on that note, and I'm sure the other sessions will have to now live up to the high standards that our eminent panelists have set. I would simply end by thanking Ambassador Dr. Izzat Saad Al Saeed, who I believe had to log out a little earlier, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed, and Ambassador Dor Gold for their very, very active participation and their prolific comments, very informative discourse that they have enabled us to benefit from in this first session. Thank you all once again. Over to you, Mayuri.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan Archanoid, I thank all the panelists and participants for their valuable inputs. You would all agree that we made a thoughtful start at the opening session. Our next session starts at 3 p.m. Indian time. I would request everyone to log in 30 minutes earlier. Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
video, yes?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, ma'am.
And now you can also see me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, but there is a lot of time still. Hi, Prashant.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. We can see you and we can hear you also.
Yes, you people are sitting in the war room,
Yes, ma'am. It's a war room actually.
coordinating.
Yes, ma'am. So Jatin, me and our webmaster Deepika madam, we are all here. So we are waiting for a couple of other panelists.
Huh.
So
That-
we still have time. So
The Jordanian is not coming. That I noted and I replied also. Okay.
yes, ma'am. He has a problem with Israeli speaking in the panel. So
Yeah.
there is an Israeli, right? The Gur Salal Yashin.
हाँ, क्या हुआ उसको?
So he probably has an issue with sharing the panel with an Israeli.
So he'll join some other panel?
No, he said he will not be available.
No, let's see what he wants to do. Even Cotonou has not sent his title.
No, but Kurtuna was joined. We can make him an.
I'll ask him. And Errol
yes,
Khan,
ma'am.
that title I have to write down. No?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia triangle.
Okay.
Isn't it? Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia triangle, and the new Silk Road. A new spice route. New spice route. Mayuri, are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, is it time to start or shall we wait?
8 minutes more. Yes, we will start on time. We have 8 minutes more.
Yeah, our own Mudassir is missing, otherwise the entire panel is.
He will be joining soon.
He will be joining soon.
He has to, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm here, ma'am.
Mudassir is there.
Good to see you, ma'am.
Good to see you too.
We'll start on time. Okay. We have still 8 minutes to go.
Ma'am, we have 8 minutes to go. We will start on time at 3.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just around, so I took my video.
Sure. Sure, ma'am.
Take it out. I took it out. Okay. So we all are invisible now, huh?
हमारा काम कर दो so that people will keep continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Greetings and welcome to the second session of the 5th edition of the West Asia Conference. On behalf of Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan Archanoid, I extend a warm welcome to the chair, our esteemed speakers, guests, and all panelists. The theme of this session is Regional Geopolitics and Security in West Asia, and it will be chaired by Professor Gulshan Deetal. Professor Gulshan Deetal retired as a professor at the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, where she also served as the director of the Gulf Studies program. She has been a Fulbright Scholar in Residence at the Mount St. Mary College, Newburgh, New York, a guest research fellow at the Copenhagen Peace Research Institute, a visiting professor at the Foundation House of Human Sciences, Paris, a visiting professor at the University of Southern Denmark, and a visiting professor at Jamia Millia Islamia University. She has also authored multiple books on the politics and economy of the region, the latest one being The Global Game of Oil Pipelines. I now request Professor Gulshan Deetal to chair the session and conduct the proceedings. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. To start with, I have to thank the IDSA for organizing this conference. It's a very important area by itself, but it is very important to us in India because it has been a neighbor once removed. It is also important to us because for millennia, we have had ties, relations, trade, people going, coming, missionaries, traders, cultural people, religious people. So it's an area that matters to us a lot. And since this is a 5th edition of the conference, we have been looking at this area very closely, learning lessons, clarifying issues, and coming up with ideas year after year. Now, the topic of this session is regional geopolitics and security in West Asia. Geopolitics is a very fashionable term, and it's a very esoteric term, but at the same time, it is also a contested term and a controversial term. One still doesn't know whether geopolitics is a purely intellectual pursuit or it is a policy science. And through the centuries, the thinkers of geopolitics have been a blend of both. They have been thinkers of geopolitics and also they are active contributors to geopolitics. If you start all the way back to, say, Machiavelli, Sun Tzu in China, George Kennan, Henry Kissinger, Brzezinski, and our own Chanakya, each one of them was contributing to the theory of geopolitics, but also prescribing and advising the powers that be. I do not know what these panelists are. I do not know whether they are pure academics or whether they are also active participants in the game of geopolitics. But I guess they should also be a blend of both. Come to the second component of the session, which is security. Security is no longer a flat concept. It's a well-rounded 360 degrees concept that takes in a lot of components: energy security, human security, social security, gender security. But if we leave all these things aside and concentrate only on the military security, even then, lots of questions pop. Security for whom, security from whom, security when, and security why. So these are loaded concepts, geopolitics and also security. And by the end of this session, we hope we all together will be able to clear away a few cobwebs around the concept of geopolitics and look at the security in our region, in the region of West Asia, through the prism of geopolitics. With this short, I hope it was short, introduction, let me now invite the first speaker of the session, that is Dr. Andrei Kortunov. He is the Director General of Russian International Affairs Council in Moscow. Dr. Kortunov, could you please specify the title of your presentation before you make the presentation?
Thank you, Professor Little. First of all, let me say that I'm very honored to be a part of this very timely and very important discussion on geopolitics and international security in the West Asia region. What I'll try to do is to spend my 15 minutes on two issues. First of all, of course, I have to reflect on the current developments in and around Ukraine and their impact on the region that we discussed today. But second, I would like to share some of my perceptions of long-term challenges to security of the region and how these challenges might play in the regional geopolitics. So let me start with saying that we now go through a very dramatic and I would even say a very tragic moment in history, which of course is the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which lasts already for more than a month. And though there are negotiations underway in Istanbul today, there is not much hope that these negotiations would produce a breakthrough in this military confrontation. I don't want to get into detail into the genesis of this conflict. It's not what we discussed today, but let me limit myself to saying that, of course, it is a tragedy. It is a tragedy for Ukraine in the first place, but it is also a tragedy for Russia. It's a tragedy for Europe, and it would definitely have an important impact on the overall system of international relations, including the region that we discussed today. At the previous session, some references have already been made to the repercussions of this conflict on the international system. And indeed, we already see an increased volatility on the global energy markets. We are anticipating new hikes in the global food markets, which will definitely affect the region of West Asia. We are likely to see negative implications for the problem of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. And also the future of strategic arms control is not clear right now. But I think that the big question that we should ask ourselves is whether this conflict, as dramatic and tragic as it is likely to have a profound long-term lasting impact on the system of international relations, or it can be somehow mitigated and localized to the regional setting. Indeed, if you remember, 2 years ago, we had discussions on the COVID pandemic and its impact on the international system. And I do recall that many scholars, many analysts argued that that was a turning point in the history of international relations, that the world would be very different when the pandemic is over. However, today, 2 years later, I think we can say that we observe that the world has not really changed in a revolutionary way due to the pandemic. Likewise, we should ask ourselves whether the conflict in Ukraine is a game changer, is something that would irreversibly change the world and the international system, or it will be a blip on our radar screen. It will be a kind of aberration of history, a tragic incident which nevertheless will not have such an important impact on the rest of the international system. I think that the question is still under consideration. The jury is in session. We definitely see a new consolidation of the West. We see China getting stronger. We see many regional conflicts reacting to this crisis, but it is too early to say whether indeed the world will get out of this crisis in a different shape and in a different format or not. So what I will try to do right now, since my time is limited, I would try to give you just a laundry list, a very brief outline of long-term trends that are likely to affect the security agenda of West Asia and also the geopolitics of countries of the region. And let me start with something which is not usually mentioned when we discuss geopolitics. I think that one of the factors that is likely to affect the security situation in the region is the accelerating climate change. Arguably, West Asia will be affected by the climate change more than many other regions of the world. We are likely to see an increased deforestation and desertinization of the region. We are likely to see rising sea levels and new deficits, specifically a freshwater deficit in West Asia. And that is likely to have very serious impact on the security agenda in years to come. I think that the climate change, which is going to happen with acceleration, is going to affect migration flows out of West Asia in Europe, but also to other destinations. We will see inter-regional migrations. We will see major problems of adaptation and integration of ethnic groups, which will have to move from their natural locations to other places. I think that we will also see an increased competition for resources. I mentioned water. I would also probably add food resources, which might become scarce, especially given the likely rise of global food prices, not only due to the problems in Ukraine, but due to the increased demands, including places like South Asia. I would also say that the climate change is likely to produce new social tensions in the region and new sources of political instability. Second, let me say that in my opinion, we will see a growing impact of the energy revolution on West Asia. The region is relatively slow in its energy transformation. It is definitely undergoing this transformation, but at a slower pace than even South Asia, like countries like China and India. And oil and gas remain major sources of incomes for even quite prosperous countries of West Asia. And this is going to change. Not now, not in 5 years from now, but this is going to change maybe in 10, maybe in 20 years from now, which would produce formidable changes for regional development strategies. I think that some of the countries in the region are likely to shift to nuclear power plants, but that would create additional challenges of nuclear proliferation. Many countries in the region might consider going nuclear, and it would be difficult to stop nuclear proliferation, especially if in the end of the day GCPOA is not going to succeed. So the energy transformation can also marginalize West Asia in the global economy, because this region is important primarily because it has abundance of hydrocarbons, and in certain ways it remains indispensable in the global economy, at least till the end of the oil era. If the oil era is coming to an end, the region is likely to undergo very dramatic change in terms of its economic development and in terms of its security. Now, demography is definitely a major challenge for West Asia. It's a relatively young region compared to neighboring regions of Asia and the Mediterranean. And what we see is not only a very rapid economic demographic growth, but also very rapid and sometimes uncontrolled urbanization. I see it as a geopolitical and security challenge in years to come. I think that this rapid urbanization might lead to social fragmentation and to more inequality. It also creates social groups which are vulnerable to political extremism and radicalism. Definitely, we might see serious environmental implications of this rapid modernization and urbanization, when we are likely to see large metropolitan areas of 10, maybe 20 million people living in capital cities of the region. Of course, that might create a fertile soil for political and religious fundamentalism. Let me also add that, in my opinion, the global transformation to Industry 4.0 is also something that the region might regard as a challenge, not only as an opportunity, because this transformation in West Asia happens at a relatively slow pace compared to East Asia, for instance, or to North America, and traditional sectors of the economy are likely to suffer from the growing unemployment. I think that definitely that might lead to marginalization or pauperization of large strata of the population. Definitely, we will see a growing digital divides in the region between countries that are likely to manage the digital transformation successfully and countries which are likely to lag behind. And again, this is an issue about how the region will find its new place in the global economy, in the economy of Industry 4.0. The future of religion is another issue that we should probably address, because what we see right now is a broadening gap between secularism and political religion in West Asia. I don't want to go into detail. It's a big issue, of course, but let me just limit myself to saying that I can imagine a lot of problems related to potential discrimination of religious minorities and even forced migrations. We already see a major exodus, for example, of Christians from West Asia. I'm afraid that this trend might continue if there are no urgent measures to stop this religious fragmentation, discrimination, and segregation of religious minorities. Finally, let me say that the issue of states, and here comes geopolitics. We often say that there is a crisis of the state system in West Asia, and indeed, I think this is a valid observation. But if we see a renaissance of states, the odds are that we might observe new authoritarian or even totalitarian regimes in charge. And definitely that might end up with social paternalistic development strategies, which are not very efficient. It might end up with repressive political practices, regional conflicts, and potential revolutions, repetitions of what we saw 10 years ago as the phenomenon of the Arab Spring. And my very last point, I understand that my time is running out, my very last point is that no matter what happens in the region within next years, the repercussions, long-term implications of the current conflicts will be there. For instance, I think that we will have a long-term problem of Syrian refugees in neighboring countries, which will definitely affect political developments in these countries and will probably complicate the potential reconciliation between Syria and its neighbors. We will definitely see long-term implications of the instability in Iraq, implications of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which might become a human rights issue rather than an issue of the Palestinian state. And I think that the arms race is likely to continue, maybe with acceleration, not only between Iran and Gulf states, but also in other parts of West Asia. So this is the agenda, and I'm sorry that I might sound too pessimistic, but I just wanted to outline the problems that the region confronts. It doesn't mean that all of these problems should lead to chronic instability, but I think that we should keep an eye on these trends and these developments, and we should definitely try to mitigate some of the negative implications of developments which are likely to take place in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kochunov. Security, as I was trying to say, is not a flat concept. Security is multidimensional, and I must thank you again because you have opened up the concept of security. You have gone into the challenges to security like climate, like urbanization, like arms race, like the situation of the refugees and minorities. These are the things that feed into the overall security of the region or a state or whatever. What was very striking to me about your presentation was a very off-the-cuff sentence that you spoke, and that was JCPOA would not change anything. I'm sure you are going to get a lot of questions of this. So let us move on. And I invite the next speaker, Professor Mahmoud Serfettin Erol. He is the president of Amtara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies in Ankara. Professor Erol. And his title is changed a little. This title that he has changed now is very, very interesting. It is Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia Triangle, and the new spice route, not Silk Route, but spice route. So, Professor Erol.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation to this valuable conference. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the the president of Manohar Parrikar, session chairs, the staff of Manohar Parrikar. I believe that such events organized by think tanks play a significant role in terms of increasing interaction among states and regional peace. In this session, as you state, regional geopolitics and security in West Asia, I will contribute to conceptualization of West Asia geopolitics and highlighted the importance of the peace process in the region in my speech titled Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia Triangle, and the naive spice route in the changing geopolitics of West Asia. As we know, the 21st century is witnessing a global power struggle, which once again puts geopolitics and security at the forefront and brings hybrid warfare to the fore. The possibility of Western powers, which have been influential in the last 350 years, losing or sharing their monopoly position in the process of wielding the international system with Asian powers, brings Asian geopolitics to the fore in a multidimensional way. In this context, the picture that will emerge in the wide geography stretching from Europe to the borders of China in the construction process of the new international system, which tries to find a place for itself between unipolarity and multipolarity, is of great importance. This area can be called Western Asia, with a much broader geographical definition. Although this narrative is outside the generally accepted definition of West Asia, it obviously doesn't contradict to the spirit of the new geopolitical environment, which has a United States China-centered appearance. On the contrary, it makes it more understandable. In this conscious use, it adds a political dimension by emphasizing the decisive role of other actors in the construction process of the new international system, which has begun to show a US-China-centered appearance as well as the geographical framework, and introduces the fact of a more inclusive West Asian geopolitics. A paradigm-shifting approach is undoubtedly one of the goals of this speech, and together with the West Asian geopolitics, strategic mind points to the importance of conceptualizations, which are one of the biggest obstacles to breaking down some taboos in our world of thought and a future projection on our own realities and experiences. Because geographical definitions are determined by the dominant actors in the global system and the perceptions of the countries are shaped accordingly, the situation often creates a restrictive effect on the histories, cultures, and past practices of the regions. Moreover, they prevent them from properly discussing their positions, interests, demands, and expectations regarding the current problems and opportunities, prevent them from putting their actions into practice. For this reason, it is of great importance for countries to develop a win-win based narrative with regional states and other geographies, starting from their near abroad, and to use concepts that don't reject the accumulation of the past, that several regional and global realities, requirements, values, and common thoughts. This process has become more significant, especially after the Cold War. After the second half of the 19th, the emerging Asia reality, which is identical with the call for a multipolar world, pointed to the necessity of building a new global order. This call also led to the return of the new great game and placed the West Asian region at the center of the geopolitical and geostrategic power struggle. This region which can also be called the Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia triangle in the new Eurasian geopolitics, has historically been the natural root of the power struggle, especially in the construction process of empires centered on Asia. Therefore, this region, besides its underground and above ground riches, with its history, culture, and traces left by powerful civilizations, it emerged as a geography dominated by differences and diversity. Located in the center of the Eurasian continent, without any doubt, this area is a geography where non-regional actors also interact. While the regions in question are trying to be mentioned with concepts such as instability, the spread of terrorism, and underdevelopment, on the other hand, it is a strong candidate regarding at the center of dynamism, regional and global peace, economic and cultural projects. The developments in these three regions are very essential for the future of Western Asia in particular and the Eurasian geography in general. In the face of this new geopolitical uncertainty that poses a security risk, the countries of the region have three options. First, being a party to the power struggle based in West Asia. Second, by adopting an isolationist policy, following on agenda or trying to achieve national goals alone. Thirdly, developing regional cooperation based on win-win projects and taking a strong place in the new world order by freezing the conflicts among countries and the crisis in the conflict areas. In fact, the most reasonable option in front of the states of the region is clear. At this point, two lines arise when these developments are considered. The first line is the Southern Sea Corridor, based on the Indian Ocean geopolitics, including Pakistan. This India-based line stretches through to United Arab Emirates in the Gulf and from there extends to Middle East and North Africa. The idea this line will also extend to different regions can be considered and enlarged. The second line is the geography defined as the Middle Corridor, which includes India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Central Asia, Caspian, Caucasus, Turkey, and Europe. As it is known, the spice route represented a trade line from India to the West in the past. This road, which combines the unique resources of the East with the West, is not only a commercial line, at the same time, it preserves its place in the memories as a route where different cultures meet and where peace, development, and wealth are represented. Considering routes stretching from Central Asia to the Caucasus and then to Europe through Turkey, and the spice route stretching from India to the Red Sea and then to Middle East, the Mediterranean and Europe, we can say that today's geopolitics reflects of past cooperation. In this case, we can name the current conjuncture as the new spice route based on today's realities. In other words, it will be a suitable definition for me to name these two lines with the concept of new spice road, which is based on a win-win principle and doesn't reject the practice of the past. This new concept would facilitate the gathering of regional and non-regional actors under a common perspective, since it contains no geographical word. Therefore, it is of great importance that a conceptualization in accordance with this new geopolitical environment and realities is made by regional actors rather than non-regional countries. As I have just mentioned, we shouldn't think of sea routes as separate from land and land routes from sea. For this reason, it would be an incorrect approach to think of Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia, independently of the South Sea Corridor, which has become increasingly important in recent years and where the global power struggle has taken place. Likewise, it is not possible to consider the cooperation options in the Middle Corridor and the projects in line with the spirit of the region, separately from the South Sea Corridor. It is inevitable that the development on the Indo-Pacific axis will affect the Middle East and Central Asia, and the possible developments in the Middle East and Central Asia will affect the Indo-Pacific region. So, all three regions play different roles in the global power struggle. Therefore, non-regional actors who want to stand out in the global power struggle have different interests in West Asia. Therefore, in the rising spice route geopolitics, the interests and strategies of regional or non-regional actors towards the said geography should be put forward briefly. At this point, I will try to make an assessment of the geopolitics of West Asia, which centers Central Asia and South Asia in terms of the actors in the question and doesn't ignore of course, the Middle East at the end of the route. In this context, firstly, it can be said that the West Asian region has greater geopolitical strategic importance due to the Belt and Road project, which China put into practice in 2013 as one of the most fundamental tools of Go West policy. West Asia is one of Beijing's priority regions along the route through which China, known as the world's factory, intends to transport its products to Europe. The long-standing diplomatic, cultural, and economic investments by Beijing have made China the most influential country in the region, because this is the key region of China's policy of opening up to the West. Starting from China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, trade lines pass through the heart of Central Asia and reach beyond the Caspian. With its export-based economy, China sees Central Asia as geography that ensures the continuation of its global power today, where the supply chain is becoming increasingly important and transportation safety comes to the fore. At this point, question of how far and to what extent Russia will be placed with China's increasing influence in Central Asia is of great importance. Because West Asia also has a serious impact on Russia's policies. Central Asian states, which gained their independence after the collapse of the Soviet Union, continued their relations with Russia. Trade and security relations from the past, the presence of Russian citizens living in the region, and Central Asia's role as a bridge in connection with South Asia can be counted as the main reasons for the continuation of Central Asia-Russian relations. Russia also has important relations with South Asian countries. In particular, the relations between India and Russia, which have historical roots, continue to increase today. Geographically located in a cold climate, Russia's goal of reaching warm seas, warm waters, is also among the priorities of its foreign policy. Russia, which wants to develop close relations with the South Asian states, on the one hand, to diversify its commercial lines, on the other hand, it wants to increase its own energy demand security by meeting the energy needs of the region. There is no doubt that the recent developments in the Ukraine have led Russia to either look for new partners or expand relations with existing partners. It is clear that Moscow will place more importance on South Asia in the face of the possibility of closing the European market in terms of trade and energy in the future. With its geographical power, cultural background, and dynamism, India is considered a rising power. In particular, the the containment strategy of the West against China has highlighted India's weight in the global system and has led to comments that it will be the new factory of new world after China. India has also focused on increasing its production infrastructure and improving its relations with the countries of the region. Central Asia is one of the regions where India has deepened its relations. India's ties to Central Asia have grown steadily since Prime Minister Narendra Modi took office in 2014. As a matter of fact, Modi visited 5 regional states in 2015, showing the importance he attached to these countries, and became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit all states in the region. Despite having rich underground and surface resources, the difficulty of Central Asian countries in accessing the oceans where trade takes place is a limiting factor in the development of commercial projects. At this point, the development of relations between India and Central Asian countries creates an opportunity for cooperation that all parties will gain, because Central Asian countries, defined as landlocked, should sail to the seas. On the other hand, India, which is poor in terms of energy resources, needs to access the reaches of Central Asia. In this way, both Central Asia and India will have the chance to consolidate their economic independence. At the same time, the situation will turn into an opportunity that will pave the way for rapprochement between Pakistan and India and the resolution of existing problems on the basis of regional cooperation without foreign intervention. Although the apparent aim of the United States, which came to the region in 2001, was to overthrow the Taliban for the reason of the September 11 attacks, the Washington administration wanted to settle in the center of Eurasia geopolitically and to prevent Asian countries that could compete with it by controlling the flow of energy and trade through this geography. However, the strategy of the United States went down on history as a mistake with the rising of Asian powers. The United States, which has turned its direction to the Pacific and the oceans in global politics, carries out silent diplomacy against the countries of the region recently. Avoiding being seen as a party to the problems in the region, Washington supports initiatives that will create an alternative to China's Belt and Road project. It should be noted that the US wants to carry out a similar containment strategy against China in the Western Asia region, just as Indo-Pacific. Knowing that West Asia is essential for China to reach Europe, Washington abandoned its past military interventions and the crisis it created and adopted an approach based on cooperation and normalization. In this sense, it can be said that the attitude of the United States is in parallel with the geopolitics of peace emerging from the region. The process started with the withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan while creating opportunities for cooperation. On the other hand, it has led to now geopolitical fluctuations in terms of security. Afghan-based developments have led Central Asian countries, Russia and China, to turn to security-based policy, considering the Fergana Valley and Wuhan corridor. Moreover, the process in Afghanistan is likely to have a destabilizing effect in a region that includes Pakistan, Myanmar, and even Bangladesh. Conflicts arising from various ethnic and religious reasons for years have limited the historical and cultural richness of the region. Countries are often stuck between the competition of great powers and forced to act in accordance with the plans of non-regional actors. However, The new geopolitical reality that has emerged in the new period has opened the door of an opportunity for the countries of the region. At this point, it will be a vital step to initiate a new Taj Mahal process based on the common interests and win-win policy for the prosperity and peace of the region by Pakistan and India in particular, and South and Central Asia in general. In this sense, the speech of the leader, the message they gave and emphasized on regional cooperation should be carefully noted at the conference on Central and South Asia, regional connectivity, opportunities and challenges, held in Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, on July 14, 16 July, on 14 and 16 July 2021. Based on the highlighted cooperation message, the development of regional cooperation projects by Central Asian states, especially Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, including Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, will be a critical step for the beginning of the peace, stability, and prosperity process. The joint response of Pakistan and India to these projects will create an opportunity for the solution of the problems, both between the two countries and in the region. Undoubtedly, at this point, it is inevitable to address the Kashmir issue. An atmosphere of peace and tranquility to be achieved in Kashmir will contribute to the economic development of the region at least 3 or 4 times together with these two countries. On July 31, 2023, as Ankasan, we organized an international conference titled Kashmir Issue, Time is Up. The joint call made by all parties to the Kashmir issue participating in the conference was to resolve the issue through dialogue as soon as possible. And they were emphasized that the key to the solution was in the hands of only two countries, Pakistan and India. Therefore, it has been stated there is no need for a third actor in solving the problem. At the current stage, India and Pakistan's political decision making and the initiation of the dialogue process as soon as possible is a significant step to be taken in terms of regional peace, especially in India and Pakistan. In this sense, the parties will not have difficulty in finding technical support if they wish. In addition to this, undoubtedly, Afghanistan, geographically at the crossing point of regional projects, holds the key to multinational economic, transportation, and energy projects. Peace, prosperity, and political solution of Afghanistan will be the most important step to unlock peace. Therefore, the economic support to be given to Afghanistan means primarily supporting the security and development of the region and the realization of the aforementioned projects. When the events in the region in recent years are examined, it is seen that the hard power are used intensively. It also understands that this method doesn't work. The use of soft power, which hasn't been used today, but has been practiced in the past, is the most reasonable method that will contribute to the solution of problems, because a common economic development will increase wealth and decrease arming. In order to realize the new Spice Road project, which has been experienced and applied in the historical sense, the need of implementing a dialogue process that will be initiated in the region and which will be based on cooperation emerge once again. Why shouldn't such a project, which I know examples in the past, take place today? Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you so much, Professor Eru. When I got your new title, which I got just of an author about the spice route, the things that came to my mind and to a lot of people's mind must have been the caravanserai, the dervishes, the chai-khanes, and those times when people used to walk miles and miles for trading, for religious reasons, for weapons acquisition, for wars, conflicts, relationships. Those were the days. But now you are applying the same thing to today's situation. What we have said is that isolationism is not possible, and therefore there should be some kind of a regionalism. And you did draw the maps to say what regional constructs could be possible. And they could be possible either on land or also on the coastline or on the sea. Peace and tranquility is what you expect, and peace and tranquility is what we all hope for. Thank you so much. And we move on to the third speaker, who unfortunately will not be able to make it today. And we then go on to Mr. Gur Salalshian.
Goodness.
From Israel.
Yes, ma'am.
Executive Director of Abaiban Institute of International Diplomacy, Reichman University, Herzliya, Israel. Mr. Salalshian.
Cool. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. If the team will grant me sharing access, I'll be able to share some slides with you. One moment, please. Oh, there's always the issue. Okay, very well. I'll skip the slides then. Well, I'd like, first of all, Madam Chair, to thank you, and also, of course, to thank Ambassador Sujan and the team of the Institute for the very kind invitation to take part in this important conference. And I'm really honored to be here virtually in the company of such esteemed colleagues. India is a very valued friend of the State of Israel, and I really appreciate this opportunity to participate in this conference and to share some thoughts that hopefully may be useful for our Indian counterparts. On the personal note, although my previous background includes some work for the Israeli government, I'm here on my present academic capacity as the executive director of the Abba Eban Institute for International Diplomacy at Reichman University. And everything that I'll be saying is, of course, reflects my own personal views and nothing more than that. I've decided to call this presentation Changing Times, Time to Change. And I think it will resonate well with everything that was said so far by my predecessors, my previous speakers. Perhaps I should begin by recalling a visual metaphor from the Cold War era that was used to describe the bipolar world as a standoff between a Russian bear and an American eagle. Over the years, especially with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rise of China, the image evolved into a standoff between a dragon and the eagle. And nowadays, at least from an Israeli perspective, we are navigating somewhere between the dragon, the bear, the eagle, and all that while facing an Iranian sword. Today, as what I believe, stepping at the dawn of what surely seems to be like a new era of world order, world affairs, and surely international security. And while the dramatic events in Ukraine are still unfolding, we are witnessing a convergence of elements and processes that are not always so intuitive to understand, but they still carry broader implications for regional and global security. Much of that was already covered by the previous speakers. While our proximity in time to the developing crisis in Ukraine denies us from the privilege and the luxury of a retrospective historical insight, we are nonetheless still in the need to develop our foresight, taking stock of what's still happening and preparing for the future. The continuous fog of war is not really helpful in diffusing the uncertainty and unlocking this complexity, but I'll give it a shot. The security circumstances, energy security, economic warfare, conventional warfare, and the warning from Russian use of unconventional warfare, God forbids, cyber warfare, and all the cross-domain implications, including the ongoing supply chain crisis, these are just few of the many areas of interest and linkage. And I'm sure that it will give us all plenty of stuff to cover in future conferences as well. Out of this vast complexity, I'd like to focus on just two major drivers. The one is the war in Ukraine and some of its implications, and the looming Iranian nuclear deal. These are two drivers that are already place many actors across the globe at a critical decision point. It's relevant to Israel, and I believe it's also relevant, or may be relevant also to you in India. Let me begin with a few words about the war in Ukraine. 3 points. One, as we already know, and I don't want to take too much of your time, it heightens the superpower competition between Russia, the United States, and of course, with some ramifications also for China. More significantly, it epitomizes the erosion of trust in American power. For West Asian, Middle Eastern actors, when they see what is unfolding in Ukraine, and particularly the sacrifice or the willingness of the West to sacrifice sacrifice Ukraine, they think about Tehran. In Asia, Asian actors and in the Pacific region are looking at Ukraine and what's going on over there, and they're thinking about Beijing and Pyongyang. So the overall implications are quite substantial. And there are also implications for Israel's room to maneuver politically between the United States, Russia, and China. And I'll say a few words on that particular note. The crisis in Ukraine will eventually compel Israel to demonstrate more resolvely and more visibly its support and alignment with the United States, although our national security interests requires us to continue working also with the Russians. As I'm sure you know, Israel now shares a border with Russia and maintains its military presence in Syria. So working with Russia is important for Israel if it wants to be able to eliminate any danger from Iranian buildup on the Syrian territory. So we must be able to deconflict with the Russians. And let me stress that this is a priority and indeed an interest of Russia as much as it is for us here in Israel. However, having said that, as the war continues in Ukraine, as more horrific images and news of civilian suffering will emerge from the battlefield, let alone if Russia indeed uses conventional weapons as the United States warns, Israel, I foresee, will not be able to continue work on tightrope. It's a difficult balancing act indeed. And I'll return to that point later on in my talk. The second most important driver is the looming Iran nuclear deal. On the face of it, at least, the United States seems more eager to sign the deal than Iran is. Second, the United States is potentially, or allegedly, at least now, but might lift sanctions from the Iranian proxies after already lifted sanctions from the Houthis. Now it's considering lifting sanctions from the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. That move damaged the US credibility in the eyes of many many actors in the Middle East. And we should also consider a third implication, which some of the previous speakers have already touched upon, which is the possible implications for nuclear arms race in the region and also perhaps beyond. A perception of an eroding US power might induce international actors to develop their own nuclear deterrence power. So if we take all that together, we should ask, what is the outcome? Immediately, we now see, stemming out of this convergence, is a frantic diplomacy here in the Middle East. We see diplomacy on speeds with a series of summits and meetings, not only in Israel taking with the foreign ministries meeting in the Negev Desert, but also across the region. A series of contacted summits and a new regional security framework. All that mount to an emerging new Middle Eastern axis that include Israel and the pragmatic Sunni actors who have signed the Abraham Accords, and also the Sunni countries with which Israel has already peace agreements, Jordan and Egypt. Israel, UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Egypt, and Jordan, and with some behind-the-scenes support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In some respects, this is a return of an old concept of Israeli foreign policy, seen also during the 1950s, coined at the time as the periphery alien alliances, where Israel reached out and cooperated with some regional actors, even without formal diplomatic relations. This time, it's overt, visible, and not quite periphery at all. Surely not for those Gulf countries who are in the immediate vicinity of Iran. This new axis reflects the major shifts we are witnessing. It reflects the shared regional disappointment, or even, dare I say, amazement at the Americans who are even entertaining the thought of lifting sanctions from what is a shared enemy and a fierce rival to all those actors, in the moderate and pragmatic actors in the region. It reflects the shared concern from Iran and its regional subversion and support it lends to the most radical and murderous proxies in the region who use cutting-edge technology ranging from drones, ballistic missiles, and cyber warfare to only advanced medieval ideas. In these testing times, Israel also finds itself in some sort of a predicament, having to work around a few complicated and conflicting needs, as I've alluded to before. First, we want a strategic partnership. We want this strategic partnership on defense and security with the United States, and we want to share, with which we share the same values of freedom, liberty, the rule of law, and free market, and open democratic societies. We want to cultivate and maintain it, of course. At the same time, we want economic cooperation with China, which is a major economic power. And of course, as mentioned, we must coordinate strategically and deconflict militarily with Russia to secure Israel operational room to maneuver. Therefore, we found ourselves tied in some sort of a painful paradox where the shocking and tragic results of the war in Ukraine requires us to align far more visibly with the United States while still needing to operate, coordinate, and deconflict with Russia. At the same time, the United States, which is our most important strategic ally, will not necessarily be available to deliver in the Middle East as it did before, due to its many other occupations in other theaters in Eastern Europe and in the Pacific region. Other countries might also find themselves dealing with similar paradoxes. Other countries, including India, might also arrive sooner or later at a critical decision junctures. While India aims to preserve good relations with many actors in East and West Asia, the developments might compel even reluctant or reserved actors to make tough decisions. For example, India might need to ask itself, will it want to position itself too close to radical regimes who threaten the annihilation of another civilization? Or would India, as the largest democracy on the planet, position itself closer to the moderate and surely pragmatic forces who are now working together to ensure security and prosperity? The events of just recent days provide a very good example to that effect. The Houthis' missiles attack from Yemen onto Saudi Arabia oil production facilities. It is another disturbing reminder of the dangerous game Iran plays. It carries serious implications not just for Israel, but for the peoples of the region, for the trade relations and energy security. And therefore, it might also affect India. The decision should not necessarily be a binary one, but perhaps a smarter one. For example, how can India use its trade relations with Iran as leverage to bring it into compliance with basic international norms? And here, if I may refer to a point already raised in the previous session by the Honorable Chairman, whether this is a time to stand up for one's principles or to take a more utilitarian approach. That is, of course, me paraphrasing over his question. I would agree that caution is always a good recipe. But I would also suggest that two other completing considerations. Of course, national security utility. How does one secure the national interest while hedging against risk and harnessing opportunities? Two, the moral compass. We need to connect ourselves also to the core and moral values and our national ethos. Morals, values, and international norms are not always luxuries in international relations. Totalitarian decisions are fine up to a point, but there should be also a red line. This is not a new age naivete, but unfortunately a bitter historical lesson that for us, the Jewish people, have learned through very well during World War II in view of a long reluctance of others to act in time. Ruthless power cannot be left unchecked. And simply put, it is for the benefit of the mankind sometimes simply to man up. Moving forward, when the attention and resources of our mutual ally, the United States, are drawn to Europe and the Indo-Pacific regions, the responsible actors of Asia and Western Asia should come together and expand existing frameworks for cooperation and even build new ones. All of us would benefit from improving maritime security, for example. All of us would benefit from trilateral trade relations between India, Gulf countries, and Israel. All of us can benefit from addressing food security and providing for water desalination, areas where Israel, for example, has large contribution to make in terms of technical know-how. And all that even before mentioning cybersecurity and cyber defense. Ensuring the national security interests of Israel and India, and of course of other important countries in West Asia, will require not only closer cooperation, but rather using all leverages of national power, economic, diplomacy, intelligence and defense cooperation, and others. In the age of change, we better be proactive and develop our airbags, of the speak, that will help us to sustain together through the expected turbulence of the future. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dalal Yashin.
Score is absolutely fine. Thank you.
Yeah, it was correctly pronounced. So, some interesting things that you have brought up. Number one, that Russia is now a neighbor. With Russian presence in Syria, you are neighbors to Russia, which of course would have a lot of implications for you, for Russia, for the region as such. The second thing is a total reinterpretation of history, that the Houthis did shoot a couple of missiles into Saudi Arabia, but that entire context is lost from what you say. The Houthi-Saudi conflict goes all the way back to many years, and Houthis drones or one or two missiles is something that you chose to bring up. I am very amazed. I think these are the two things that strike me very much, and how your more visible alignment with the US has worked very well, because you are doing so well with Russia as well and with China. And that, I think, is a very good way to promote your interests. And hopefully, you would accept that we are doing the same. We are also trying to have 3 balls in the air and playing. So, shall I put the title of your presentation, Changing Times, Time to Change? Or do you have a different title for the presentation? What was the title of your presentation?
I'm afraid there's some sound issues. I can tell you that, ma'am, that the fact that in direct response to the point you raised, I'm not trying to ignore the history of the Houthis and etc.
That will come later. The questions will come later. Now I have to give the floor to the fourth speaker, that is Dr. Mudassir Kamal. We'll come back to the reinterpretation of history, of course. But in the meantime, if you can send me the title of your presentation, which has already been done, would be nice. The title of your presentation, so please send it to me. Dr. Mudassir Kamal, who is here in the IDSA itself, associate fellow, very prolific in writing, raising questions, and also making presentations. So his presentation today is non-state actors and regional stability in West Asia. Mudassir?
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be part of this session. Also because this reminds me of, our classes in JNU when ma'am used to take classes, on Gulf issues, and specifically I remember the, course on wars in Gulf. So I'm really glad to be part of this panel. Today I'm going to speak on a subject which is usually when we discuss regional geopolitics, regional stability and security, it is usually ignored or rarely discussed, even though in my opinion, it's a very, very important topic and has become a very significant issue. That is the issue of non-state actors in the West Asia and North Africa region. Now, let me start by, stating the point that if one looks at the regional situation in West Asia today, it has been marked by rivalries, tensions, competitions, conflicts, and chaos. And this raises, a lot of question about the regional stability and regional security. But, this is not something which is completely new in the sense that right from, if one looks at the entire history of 20th century, the region has been, in fact, witnessing, has been witness to chaos and violence and, several conflicts, either during the interwar period or during the Cold War period, or in the post-Cold War era as well. You have several examples, whether the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or the intra-Arab, tensions and rivalries, or the Arab-Iran, conflict, and then obviously the Gulf War and the September 11 attacks, and so on. But if you look at the situation in the last decade or so, especially in the aftermath of Arab Spring uprisings, there is an increase in the competition and rivalry, geopolitical tensions, and race for having some kind of geopolitical influence in different in the region among different regional actors. So if one looks at this situation, it can be described to be in a constant state of flux, wherein there is a degree of lack of a regional or extra-regional actor being able to establish its own dominance in the region. The United States obviously remains the most dominant regional power because of its military entrenchment in the region and also because of its alliances with different countries in the region. But of late, there has been several questions raised about the continuation of this situation, especially because of the a variety of factors. I mean, one could be one of the major ways it can be defined as lack of willingness in the United States to continue to be the regional security provider in the Middle East because of its own priorities and changing foreign policy direction. Again, all these issues largely focuses on the actors, state actors, or institutions, militaries, extra-regional powers, and how they interact with each other and how they react to regional events. But there is seldom any discussion on how there has been a proliferation of non-state actors and how they are affecting the regional situation and regional stability. What are their, how has been their role? What are their ambitions and capabilities? So there is very few systematic examination of, these non-state actors, especially the armed non-state actors. And again, after the Arab Spring, there has been a proliferation in the, armed or transnational, sometimes national or subnational non-state actors who have gained influence and in some cases have very effectively challenged the authority of the state where they are functional or where they are active. Sometimes they have also become very dominant part of the state, itself, or have threatened to kind of take over the state itself. One can look at several examples whether the transnational ideological movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a proponent of political Islam or Islamism, or transnational ethnic nationalist groups such as the Kurds, who are present in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, and the kind of movement they have been looking to in terms of, one can say that formation of aspiring for a new state or Kurdish state. Or for that matter, one can look at Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthi movement in Yemen, and whether it is in Iraq, Syria, Libya, or in many other countries as well. There are non-state actors who have gained significant influence. And we are also aware of the kind of mayhem and problems these armed non-state actors have created in their areas of influence, which is again sometimes confined to one state, but sometimes also transcends the borders in the West Asia region. So many of them are actually transnational. In most cases, if one looks at the motivation of these transnational actors, they want to gain influence. But what are the factors? What are the primary factors which have led to these non-state actors gaining influence? So one of the major factors, in my understanding or in my opinion, is the weakening of the state, or sometimes even failing states, whereby the state has not been able to fulfill its responsibilities towards the citizens and towards the people in terms of providing services, in terms of providing good governance, or they are marred by issues of corruption, lack of ability to provide employment and proper education and training. So these non-state actors have actually utilized this inability of the state to fulfill their responsibility to come up and gain a popularity and legitimacy in the eyes of the people. And this has been a pattern repeated by, for example, Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, or for that matter, Hamas in the Palestinian territories, or Hezbollah in Lebanon, and many other, or for that matter, the Houthi movement in northern areas of Yemen. They have been active much before the onset of the Arab Spring protests in the northern Yemen, and had gained influence among the people. In some cases, the people have become more loyal to these non-state actors in comparison to the state they live in. So that has also kind of created a situation where the non-state actors have become more influential in the region. Now, if one looks at the and I don't really want to go into the details of each and every non-state actor. That will be a humongous task. But I'll try and categorize them broadly into 3 or 4 categories, and look at them and as to how they have created the problems or how they threaten the regional stability in West Asia or West Asia and North Africa region. Now, obviously, the first category is the armed or unarmed non-state actors. Among the unarmed state actors, one can look at private corporations, companies, big financial institutions, or even sometimes non-profit organizations or NGOs, which do not necessarily have a very significant presence in the West Asia and North Africa region, or if they are present, they are not very influential. In many cases, actually, these corporations or non-profit organizations are aligned with the state. So even though one can actually categorize them as non-state actors, they are not very influential. But other unarmed non-state actors are the ideological transnational movements or ethno-national transnational movements, as I give the example of the Muslim Brotherhood movement or the Kurdish movement. And then there are other such organizations. Then there is the category of armed non-state actors, which are also a serious threat. Among them could be the terrorist groups which are recognized by all states or all regional actors, all extra-regional actors as terrorist groups. They are mostly transnational. Some of them have become global terrorist groups, and they obviously pose a threat to the security and stability of not only of the region, but beyond. For example, the Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. But other than that, you also have resistant movements, insurgent groups, militants, and paramilitary organizations, which have proliferated significantly in the region in the last decade or so. And then you also can have armed non-state actors like organized criminal gangs or organized criminal groups which are involved in organized crimes, drug trafficking, and many other such illegal activities. So this is broadly these are the types of non-state armed actors which are there, or non-state unarmed actors also are there. In the West Asia region, there are three categories which are very significant. The first is obviously the transnational terrorist groups. So, for example, Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, and then you have other groups which are not that, do not have such a wide regional appeal or have a transnational, have a global appeal, such as Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab, and many other groups. And then obviously the transnational ideological groups are there, the Muslim Brotherhood and the Kurdish movement. And then the subnational or national militants and insurgents, whether it is Hezbollah, Hamas, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in Syria, or the YPG in Syria, the Kataib Hezbollah, or the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, or the Houthi movement in Yemen, or their affiliates in different parts of the region. So these groups have gained wide influence and have created mayhem in many states, and have begun to threaten the regional security and stability. But they have, in a way, evoked only a mixed or a very reactionary response from state or extra-regional actors. Or sometimes the response is also very tentative. So the state which are responding to these threats are not very sure about how to deal with this kind of a situation. Mostly regional countries have reacted in a partisan manner based on their own assessment of their national security or their own interest, and they have at times supported and backed these groups. Sometimes they have financed and trained them or given them arms and ammunition as part of their own geopolitical ambitions to gain strategic depth or influence in the region. One can give example of Iran arming or training groups such as Hezbollah, or developing good kind of relations and engagement with groups such as Hamas or the Houthi movement in Yemen, and then obviously in Iraq and Syria, where it has significant military presence and proxies in the form of Kataib Hezbollah or militias in sectarian militias in Syria. Similarly, even other countries, whether it is the Gulf countries, or even sometimes Jordan, Turkey, Egypt, they have also at times supported or backed some of these movements, especially in the wake of Arab Spring in Iraq and Syria. Not necessarily in the way Iran has done, but in a more veiled manner to kind of support the opposition movement or protest movements in Syria and in other countries, or for that matter in Libya. On other occasions, depending on obviously their own assessment, they have intervened militarily in other countries, in other states, especially in the neighboring countries, to thwart or kind of defeat non-state actors or their influence, with the idea that if they are allowed to grow, they will threaten the security of these states. For example, the Turkish military intervention in Syria and Iraq, or the Saudi military intervention in Yemen, and then obviously Iran has presence in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, or even UAE, which has been involved in conflicts in Yemen and Libya, and so on. And Egypt is also involved in the Libyan theater. So they have at times, intervened in neighboring countries to thwart the growing influence of non-state actors. Even the external powers or global powers have, a kind of, sometimes based on their own interest or based on their own definition of what are their security threats or what are the security threats of their allies in the region, have supported or collaborated with some of the armed non-state actors, or they have been armed by the external powers themselves. For example, the Kurdish movement in Syria to defeat the ISIS, or for example, the LNA, the Libyan National Army, in the Libyan case of Khalifa Haftar, which has been armed by some of the external powers, whether the United States or even Russia, for that matter. They have also hobnobbed with non-state actors. So when it comes to transnational recognized terrorist group, where there is a complete consensus that these are terrorist group and they threaten the security and stability of all countries, there is the action taken has been unanimous. So there is some degree of unity or understanding among regional and extra-regional actors. But when it comes to other groups, where there is a divergence of how they are defined, whether they are defined as a resistance movement or movement for freedom struggle, or a movement for the rights of the people, and so on. The state and non-state, the regional actors and extra-regional actors have taken a very partisan view of these issues. And this creates a very significant challenge for regional stability and security in the WANA region. And this is seriously undermining the authority of different states, sometimes weakening them to an extent that they are on the verge of collapse. For example, the case of Lebanon, or even in the case of Iraq, where despite elections and democratic process, government formation remains kind of being hijacked by non-state actors. And then obviously there is also the problem of how to respond to groups which are considered as proxies in the case of, for example, the Houthis in Yemen, whether to confront them militarily, which has led to a huge humanitarian crisis in Yemen, or to only deal with them politically, and whether the political dealing with them only politically will actually resolve the issue. So this creates a dilemma for different states. And then obviously these non-state actors also do not have any sense of accountability. They do not have any sense of international or national scrutiny, and this has also created kind of given them a free hand to act the way they would like to, unlike the states which despite the authoritarian nature of some of these states, they have some sense of accountability and how to act, and in the specific domains. So this has also created serious problems, for example, in the Gulf, as we have seen, and has created problems also, creates problems and challenges also for non-regional actors which have serious interest or significant interest in the region, for example, India. So from an Indian point of view, this is very, very detrimental to the security and stability in the region, and also undermines the interest of obviously the regional countries, but the Indian interest as well, where energy security can become a problem. India depends on the region for its energy security. The safety of Indian nationals can become a problem. We have seen that in one of the Houthi attacks in UAE, two of Indian nationals were killed. So this can become a problem for India. There are also challenges to issues related to maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Western Indian Ocean, which can undermine the interest of not only India but other extra-regional actors, which do not necessarily have a very significant involvement in terms of regional issues. They have bilateral engagements, or sometimes they engage with multilateral organizations, but they do not have any serious kind of response to non-state actors because of the growing given situation. India has a very principled stand of need for peaceful resolutions of conflicts in the region, but then how does one addresses the issue of non-state actors, where if you engage with them diplomatically, this will create legitimacy for them, but if you do not engage, completely ignore, this tantamounts to ignoring the ground realities. So I would stop by just highlighting 2 points, concluding with these 2 points, that there is a need for a greater understanding of this phenomenon of non-state actors and their proliferation in the region, and how they can determine. There is a need for greater understanding as to how they can determine the outcomes of ongoing and future events in the WANA region. And there is also a need for for regional and external powers to discuss and assess the threats posed by these non-state actors and then devise policies accordingly. I'll stop here and will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
That's excellent, absolutely excellent. You were painting on a very wide canvas. And what you were talking about was all very mosaic kind of a thing. And I understand these are the groups which are very divergent from one another, and they cannot really be put in separate categories. They could be sub-state, they could be state-based, they could be transnational, they could be straddling the state borders, and methodically they could rely on electoral success and go all the way to terrorism, taking impact, piracy, arms resistance, suicidal battles, there is a need to understand. And I think there is a need, Mudassir, to study in depth. Just this seminar paper won't do. I think it's a major project and you must do it. And you only can do it so very well. This mosaic has to be somehow put in some kind of a pattern. Thank you again. I think our panelists have spoken. Now is the time for the audience to ask questions or also to write comments. Use the question answer. Do I see a question coming up? Not so far. Yeah. Prashant Pradhan's question is for Ambassador Gould. What are the implications of India, Israel, US, UAE Quad on the Israel-China relationship? Quite a huge tent.
Question.
But it's not Ambassador Gould. It is Mr. Gould. Salaishia.
Yeah. Salah Yachim, that's me.
Salaishia.
Yes. The question, I copied you well. The question is about the implications of India-Israel relations to China-Israel relations? Or what was it? Sorry.
It says, what is the implications of the Quad, India-Israel, UAE, USA Quad, on Israel-China relationship? It takes in a whole...
I understand. So, in terms of, I think I understand the question. In terms of the relationship between Israel and China, I mean, Israel and China enjoys a few decades of flourishing international bilateral relations, with good trade relations and overall with friendship between China and the state of Israel. Obviously, as strategic ally of the United States, that comes at attention, and it's in the public domain that there are tensions between Israel and the United States in terms of Israel's relations with China. And if I mentioned earlier that we are living with certain paradoxes and holding certain tensions and trying to navigate our way, this is a good area where Israel is trying to navigate its way in between these big powers. And my argument that I was trying to make in my presentation earlier, that reality, international circumstances put us at a point where we are compelled to make a decision, a very visible decision, aligning with our natural partners and not so navigating in between. As you, Professor, rightly said, it is a good policy to hold three balls at the same time. It is true, it's a good policy. Sometimes circumstances change and you need to make a choice, even if it's counterintuitive to certain interests even. So my argument, at least, and I can appreciate that other people will challenge that argument, which is absolutely fine, is that from an Israeli perspective, we might reach a point where we will be left with no other alternative but to stand up and stand alongside with our natural partners. That was the argument I was trying to make. And in direct connection to that question, surely we will prefer standing with those who are our allies. India is a strong friend of Israel, not other countries mentioned. I hope it addresses the question.
Sorry, I'm really sorry to intervene. I just have one notification for you, ma'am, that Dr. Meena Singh Roy has sent a question addressed. Can you see that?
Yes. There are
Yes.
questions that Meena has sent.
Yes, to Professor Kortunov.
Okay.
Yes, those are the new questions, yes, for the session.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I take up her questions first.
Yeah, these are the questions that have come just now. Okay?
I got them.
Yeah, okay.
Or shall I go as they came? Or shall I give Meena the first?
I think the newest one, the 1636 that came by Dr. Meena Singh Roy, the major transformation in the energy sector is unfolding, that one.
Yeah.
Two questions, those two.
So I should take them up now.
Yes, yes, if you kindly. Thank you so much.
Okay, Meena. So I take your question first. And the question is, major transformation in the energy sector is unfolding. In this context, can you comment on Russia's future gains and limitations in future? Professor Kuchunov.
Thank you for the question. I think that Russia faces both significant challenges and opportunities in terms of the energy transition, because on the one hand, definitely the Russian economy today depends to a large extent on its ability to provide its hydrocarbons to global markets. And this is a major source of revenues for the Russian Federation. It's one of the pillars on which Russia builds its current budget and its social expenditures. However, if you look at the energy transition, including renewables, including the carbon emissions trade, including the nuclear energy, Russia has relatively strong positions in all of these fields, mostly in the nuclear energy, but also potentially in a number of renewables. The question is whether the country is ready to commit itself to the energy transition, especially now when prices on oil and gas are growing, and when there is no clear incentive for the government to reconsider its current reliance on hydrocarbons. I think that Russia would definitely gain if it starts an energy transition sooner rather than later, and if Russia is able to reconsider the initial plans for the energy transition, which it announced in Glasgow last year, to make it shorter, to make it more efficient, and to engage in international cooperation on the energy transition. We worked with the European Union. I don't know whether this work is likely to continue under the circumstances, but definitely the potential is there. Thank you.
Meena has one more question, and that is, given the major alignments in the region, what role do you see for India? New opportunities and challenges to secure its strategic needs. Anyone can take it. What role does one see for India? Are there opportunities? Are there challenges?
I'm sorry to intervene. Actually, some of these questions are from the previous session, which is still showing on the panel. So that question was asked during the previous session.
But they still remain.
There is a question by Dr. Meena Singh Roy to Mr. Gour about since past security frameworks.
Security framework. This is again from Meena, and it says since past security frameworks have not delivered desired results, how hopeful are you of new security frameworks in terms of managing new security challenges in the region? Mr. Good.
Thank you, ma'am. It is true that some of the security, I'm not talking about Europe now, I'm referring to our vicinity. I'm not talking about Europe now, in the what we call the Middle East, and you refer to it as West Asia, of course. It is true that previous security arrangements, previous security arrangements in the context of what I'm talking about, which is the Iranian threat, did not really exist. This is the time to create new ones, to leave the Iranian power or the emerging or the force buildup that they have, in particular the non-conventional one, of course, but we should not shy from their other more conventional and the lecture given on the non-state actors as a proxy of Iran is really a very relevant point especially for this issue. So there is now an ongoing conversation between Israel and regional powers about new security architecture. That's the term used in public to address the proxies firepower used by drones, namely, all sorts of rockets and missiles, etc., that consist a threat to regional stability of many actors in this part of the world. So if all those parties will join forces together, share their resources, share potentially their intelligence, presumably, and interception capabilities, that is a very defensive regional architecture to prevent the Iranian from succeeding in what they're trying to inflict on others. So this is one element of regional security coordination. And we can speculate, everybody with their own free imagination, what are the additional potentials. But I think there's a shared recognition that something needs to be done. And to place that argument in a more international context, in view of what is unfolding in Eastern Ukraine, in Eastern Europe, if we are to see that our partners, mainly the United States, with whom most regional actors relied on, will indeed be challenged elsewhere, and they will not have the attention span and resources to allocate to this part of the world. So regional actors will have to look after themselves. And this is what I refer to in the context of the new security framework. And as for India in this context, India too can perhaps share something or contribute something to this area as much as it feels that it coincides with its national security interests. I don't think that India should do something in contrast to its national security interests, for sure. But I think there are enough points of convergence that will also be instrumental to India.
Okay, there is one question from Mpidsa, and it is a question to Professor Emil. It says the imminent revival of the JCPOA is driving new alignment between Israel and some Gulf states. How is that be placing itself in this context? Professor Emil.
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, it is not my expertise area. I'm very sorry, but I can say that, of course, all positive developments are our desire for all region. And we hope that Iran's participation to the international system peacefully, of course, our desire. And with JCPOA, of course, it is a chance. And the cooperation between Israel and some Gulf states and Abraham Accords, of course, is very important development for the normalization of the Middle East and Israel and Muslim countries, of course. So Turkey's position is, of course, to support all these peaceful developments and Iranian Gulf cooperation, and even when we look at the Palestinian issue and Israel, of course, Iran can play a very important and significant role in this normalization period, especially in the Middle East, because as well as we follow the developments in Russian and Ukraine war, the crisis can cause some unexpected developments, and of course these developments cannot be our favor. So I think Israel and some Gulf states opened a new period, not only for Middle East, but also for all countries. And I stated it for example, India and Pakistan for Kashmir issue. So when we look at Israel and Gulf states, how they overcome from some vital issues, I think Iran and other countries can overcome this crisis or issues. So I think Israel and some Gulf states model is very important at this time, and Turkey always support all these peaceful and constructive developments. Thanks a lot.
I think I have one last question again from Nima. How can Iranian concerns be accommodated in the regional context? Iranian concerns.
I think this question for Mr. Gore.
Okay, so he has.
Would you be so kind to repeat the question? Because I'm afraid I have sound issues. Can you repeat that? Or anyone else for that matter? What was the question again?
It's about how to accommodate Iranian concerns.
Accommodate. Oh, wow. Yes. Let me call my GP, my doctor. Well, I'll tell you. I'll put it very simply, I think with the greatest respect to all those attending, I think I'm too young to remember myself the history of just about, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago. And I think that a good lesson might be the warm relations that Israel and Iran before the Islamic Revolution enjoyed. Very fruitful relations and great friendship between ordinary Israelis and ordinary Iranians. All that changed when with the turn of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. The people of Israel on the daily basis have no quarrel with the people of Iran. On the contrary, there could be very good relations. So you can see that from people to people as much as it still exists, and surely from top down, from the Israeli leadership conveying messages to the people of Iran who are suppressed. So we have no animosity to the general public of Iran, and we would like to see them freed and liberated from their oppressors who are the regime. And I assume that if Iran would cease its threats against Israel, and if Iran will cease its threats to regional actors who are not Israel, I'm talking about other Muslim countries, Sunni Muslims. So I think we will have no issues with them. We have no territorial dispute with Iran, and we are too little to induce big changes in Iran. The Israeli mentality, if I may say so, is most of the time is, okay, let us live in peace. Small country, big problems, just get on with it. And I think that'd be a good answer to how to appease the Iranian mind. Just leave us to our business and look after your own, simply put it.
In short, Iranian concerns would not be Iranian concerns if they were not the Islamic revolution. Is it?
I'm afraid I didn't hear the question. Could someone...
Islamic revolution, and therefore the Iranians have the concerns about their security. Apart from this, Iranians should not have the security concerns. Is that what you're saying?
Should we... I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There's
a microphone issue. Can you...
Yeah. If I might intervene here for a second before Gore considers answering the question.
No, I can't. Seriously, I can't hear the...
Yeah, but I think that the problem is that Iran has a choice. It is either a spoiler or a stakeholder in the region. And if it is deprived of the role of a stakeholder, it becomes a spoiler. So I think that the challenge for all of us to think how we can engage Iran constructively in the region, turning Iran into a stakeholder to a security system in the region. It will be difficult. I think that Iranians are very hard negotiators. I think it partially relates to the role of the United States and other out-of-region powers in the region, but essentially, if we really want to accommodate Iran, we should demonstrate that it can be, under certain set of circumstances, a legitimate part of the regional security system. Because quite often when I talk to my counterparts, especially in the Gulf, the perception is that, we don't need Iran here. Iran is different. It's not a part of our region. It's not a part of our culture. They shouldn't be present here. I'm not sure that this is the right approach, given history, given culture, given economic ties. So in my humble opinion, we should all work in order to incentivize Iran, and it is not, let me emphasize that it is not likely to be easy, to incentivize Iran to turn from a spoiler into a stakeholder to regional security matters.
Yes, should you say something?
Yes, I think, well, it's a very complicated issue in itself. At the moment, we see that the West, I'm just talking based on news reports, etc. We see that the West is not reserved from offering enough incentives to the Iran, and Iranians are still reluctant to reach an agreement. And if we bring into the debate the concepts of rational choice and why do they do things, etc., then it becomes even more complicated. They do follow their, I think they are rational actors. They do follow a certain rationale, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily the West's rationale, or surely not Israel's rationale. They have their own strategic calculations, and they're very capable actor, very capable actor. So I don't think that it is a question of enough incentives and implementing Western concepts of conflict resolution and mediation. This is a different game. And the reason I've mentioned, and I'm saying it respectfully, not patronizing over them. On the contrary, but just recognizing that they play a different game. And we need to acknowledge that. And they have, I suspect, different motivations. And I don't think that they necessarily want to reach an agreement. They look after the preservance of the regime, of the Ayatollahs in Iran. This is their key incentive. And also one may consider the nuclear enterprise and the regional subversion and the support for proxies, etc., in that context as well. So from the narrow Israeli perspective, we're too small to influence that calculation, although we are considered over there as the small Satan, and it's a humble privilege, while the United States is the big Satan. So Professor, you ask a very serious question about the incentives and what would accommodate Iran. The truth is that I honestly don't know, but I think if anyone knows, please do share that the answer, because that will help the world to be a bit safer. But I think while we still look for the answer, we must stand firm in view of what might unfold. And we are happy to do that with everybody who is willing to share hands and contribute to that effort. And I think if I allow myself to claim to speak on behalf of humanity for 1 second, I think that all free people should stand up. All those who cherish democracy and freedom should do that. This is one of those points of history. I'll cease with that.
In this session, one speaker declined to speak. So we had 15 minutes more for our session, for the speakers and for the session. And therefore, we still have time. We still have good 30 minutes left. But let's go around and see if people have something to say in the second round. Mudassir has something. Mudassir?
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I wanted to ask a question to one of the panelists, with your permission. I wanted to ask Professor Erol. He gave a very good presentation on, there is the need for connectivity and interaction between South Asia, Central Asia, and West Asia. But I just wanted to draw your attention, Professor, on Turkish foreign policy. And since I have been kind of a student of Turkish foreign policy for some time, and I've been following the developments. So I just wanted to kind of ask you about what are the motivations and factors behind the current change in Turkish foreign policy direction, wherein we have seen that suddenly there is going back to a zero problem with never, if I can use that term. Whereas in terms of, if I look at any factors, there is no, apart from maybe some domestic compulsions, there doesn't seem to be any significant change in terms of within the Turkish government or within the the regional environment is very similar. So I just wanted to pick your brain on and seek your views on the current shifts in Turkish foreign policy, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mudassir, for your good question. Yes, when we look at Turkish foreign policy and its direction, of course, first of all, we can say that the cooperation between the region is the first target. So instead of instabilities or threats or crises, Turkey prefers the cooperation between it is in near abroad and towards the Central Asia, even to the southeast. So it is our direction or basic policy is not to be part of the this crisis. Turkey try to a new policy which all regions and worlds need it. When we look at Central Asia, Caucasus, Black Sea, Middle East, South Asia, as I stated in my speech, we see firstly instabilities, terrors, and chaos. But Turkey puts the other parts of the coin, which is the cooperation, and it shouldn't be ignored all in terms of all parts. So we are not part of some, for example, global players or global actors and their policies. We want to construct with our region a new future. And in this future, cooperation is the first, and it's based on the win-win approach. So Turkey's direction towards all this region are on a peaceful future and a cooperation in this process. I think it is clear. Turkey doesn't want to choose conflicts or wars or soft hard power, and it wants to use and it wants to put to soft power in this very complex world. I think it is clear, or have you got any question, Mr. Modasir?
Professor, any supplement to his answer?
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very clear. But one keeps wondering as to what exactly changed in terms of, what led to the shift, whether it is just the domestic compulsions or there is a kind of larger policy directions which are now going to determine Turkish foreign policy. But perhaps it is something which we'll have to wait and watch.
It is not so much difficult. It is very easy. Turkey prefers to apply the very practical and very, in fact, useful and peaceful instrument instead of others. So instead of war, we prefer peace and cooperation. And when we look at our geography, and when you put yourself to your position into the Turkish, I think also you prefer this way, this method. Otherwise, you always will face to face the problems and instabilities. So, as I stated before, while I was replying to the question, for example, we support the, for example, Abraham Accord and normalization process in the Middle East, although some, for example, rejections. But in any case, in terms of our belief or our history or our state experiences and background, Turkey's position and mission desire these all peaceful methods and policies. So we believe that cooperation should be in front of us, and it should be the first method to, I think, solve all problems in our region or in other regions, such as in Southeast Asia or in Central Asia and in other regions. So I think it is not so much a surprising thing, or it is not a normal, I think, a normal thing. It is very normal. we try to apply this normal policy, I think positive policy. So India and I think Turkey can follow this policy and supports each of them. So we need it.
So what he says is that the Turkish policies have been consistent throughout, whereas Mudassir wants to find out what the changes have been and why those changes. But we leave it at that. And since Professor Puttolo, no one picked up on your remark on JCPOA will not change anything, may I put the question to you, Professor Puttolo? If the JCPOA is finally agreed upon and signed, what would it mean for Russia in particular and for the region in general? Professor Puttolo. Is my voice not reaching?
Professor, you are not.
Yeah, here I am. First of all, I think that the Russian position on JCPOA has not changed. Russia stands for the resurrection of this agreement in its initial form, with no additional strings attached. It recognizes the importance of other aspects of the Iranian strategic and foreign policy posture, including the ballistic program of the Islamic Republic and what is usually described as the regional behavior of Iran. But these issues, as far as Moscow is concerned, should be regarded separately from JCPOA in a different format, and definitely they have to be addressed. Second, I think that Russia will definitely have opportunities if sanctions on Iran are removed. And from this viewpoint, Minister Lavrov has stated recently that Russia would like to seek waivers from sanctions of the West related to potential cooperation with the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a delicate issue, but I think that Russia is likely to insist on a system of waivers aimed at allowing more cooperation between Moscow and Tehran. Finally, we should also keep in mind that the Iranian oil, which is likely to get to global markets, will compensate for, at least partially compensate for the termination of the current oil cooperation between Russia and Europe. So Iran might help to stabilize oil prices without bringing them too high. Definitely, this is something that should also be considered in the context of the current crisis in and around Ukraine. So to cut it short, I think that Russia would support any arrangement that would allow to resurrect JCPOA. Although I think that we all understand that even with JCPOA, we are not likely to see the end of the problem of proliferation in the region, because definitely it's a temporary solution, not a permanent solution, and it is not something that will necessarily dissuade other regional players from seeking nuclear weapons. I think that it depends mostly on the position taken by the United States. If the United States continues to limit its security commitments to countries in the region, we might see temptations, especially in the Gulf, to resume their nuclear programs and also to enhance the ballistic programs that they have already. Thank you.
Yeah. Militarization and nuclearization are going to be serious challenges in coming times. What I
Not only even just in the Middle East, also in other parts of the world, perhaps the Indo-Pacific as well.
That's right.
Exactly. But what I was looking at, or what I wanted Professor Putinov to address, was the energy issue. That the Russians did have second thoughts, and now they have slowly come on board again, and they are agreeable to JCPOA getting finalized and agreed to and signed.
Yeah, but yeah, if I might add, Professor Deitel, in my opinion, all of the countries which participate to GCOP have only limited impact compared to bilateral negotiations between the United States and Iranians. This is the crux of the matter. We can assist, but we cannot replace. We cannot substitute for the bilateral dialogue between Tehran and Washington. The future of GCOP will be decided at the bilateral track rather than within a multilateral framework. And this is reality that we have to take into account. Thank you.
Okay. So it's not just the energy, but the wider dynamics within the region and how the JCPOA would be a bilateral rather than a P5+1 issue. Anyone else? Now we still have 10 to 15 minutes left. Or shall we close it? Shall we call it a day? There are no questions popping up, and we all have had our say. So we call it a day. The session comes to a close, and I thank all the participants, all the people who put all possible questions, Mudassir the most, and the speakers. Thank you so very much. Good night. Mayuri?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and all the speakers for the highly engaging and thought-provoking session. On behalf of Director General MP-IDSA, Ambassador Sujan Archanoid, I extend our thanks and regards to all the panelists and participants for joining us. Let us carry it forward tomorrow at 11 a.m. Indian time. I request you all to kindly log in 30 minutes earlier. Thank you for your participation today. Wish you all a good day and good evening ahead. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.